Members, thank you for joining us this morning at this meeting of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. It is today Thursday, the 18th of November 2021. The time has just gone 9 o'clock, and this is a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. We have on our agenda this morning the deliberation on the annual reports of the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, and thereafter we'll also be deliberating on the annual report of Cape Nature for the period the 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021. I just want to wish our members that after deliberated on these annual reports, that there will also be an opportunity then for resolutions and other possible action steps. A special word of welcome, therefore, then also not only to our members, but also to the Minister, the HOD, and your respective teams supporting you. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. Can I just ascertain whether we are a quorum, and therefore can I give firstly the members an opportunity to introduce themselves?
Bartman, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I heard the voices of Honourable Maseko and Bartman, but I did see the name also of Honourable Maran.
Morning, sir, Chairperson.
Well, wake up, man.
Morning to everyone. Nothing to do with wake up.
Okay.
Not so that it's a because I could not hear the other members speak. I'm not sure whether it's on my side or on their side. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. Perhaps I can just confirm that I did hear them, but you are right. It was a bit soft. And I see Honourable Heron is with us as well. Good morning, Honourable Heron.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. I'm here.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you that means we're a full house, and I really appreciate your attendance, members, as well. Then, as I've said, a special word of welcome, Minister Bedell. You'll be given an opportunity just to introduce yourself and the report just now. But you're most welcome. Perhaps if you would just like to share with us whether you brought any of your support staff with you today. Over to you, Minister Bedell.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, you can see on your screen that I think the full house, as well as CEO of Cape Nature and their team. So we're ready to interact and to field your questions. I'm going to put off my video if it's in order. We've got load shedding just for quality purposes. But yeah, we're in your capable hands. Thank you, Chair.
Good. No, thank you very much. Thank you for that as well. Yes, we've just come out of our stint of load shedding early this morning, and I also just did a speed test on my internet connection, and unfortunately the download speed is not good. Fortunately, the upload speed is good, so I'll keep on my camera for the time being. And with that, can I then give first over to Mr. Piet van Zyl, the head of department, to introduce himself, as well as arrange how he would like his staff members to introduce themselves.
Chairperson, good morning. I trust that I'm audible at your end. Thank you very much for this engagement. It is for the 2020-21 year, which was in many ways challenging and momentous, but we'll get to that shortly. I think I'm going to briefly, in the interest of time, just run through the members of my team that are in the meeting, and then possibly Dr. Omar can do the same in respect of Cape Nature. So other than myself, I've got Ahmad Basir, Anwar Ghafoor, August Woon, Ayub Mohammed, Catherine Stone, Shamaine Murray, Francois Wish, Gerard Gerber, Hussein Isaacs, Gottlieb Arendse, Helena Jacobs, Johan Fritz, Joylina, Karen Shippey, Cobus Monroe, Lance McBain Charles, Marlene Ross, Paul Hardcastle, Ron Mukanya, Tapelo Mosome, Tia Jordan, Wilna Kloppers, and Zahir Tofi. So we pretty much a full team, Chair, from our senior management present in the meeting, and I hand over to Dr. Omar to introduce her team.
Good morning, honourable members. Good morning, colleagues. From Cape Nature's side, I've got our full executive here today. Our CFO, Mohammed Bayed, Dr. Arends Bart, Shiraz Ismail, Carl Buzz, Barry Barnes, Ibrahim Hadi, Carl Williams, Rowena Vaughan for HR. So the full team is here. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you very much. And I also want to extend a special word of welcome to our support staff from the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. And then, honourable members, you will also see that we this morning have a sign language interpreter. And I also wish to welcome our sign language interpreters. With that, honourable members, I first want to hand over to MEC Bedell for a few introductory remarks. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members of the Legislature, to the Head of the Department, Piet van Zyl, the Head of Cape Nature, Dr. Omar, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning. Chairperson, the year under review saw an ongoing struggle against the effects of the coronavirus disease of 2019 pandemic across the Western Cape. No department, and indeed no person, has been left untouched by this deadly virus that has brought the world to a standstill. The Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, as well as Cape Nature, saw major disruptions to its normal operations, and in addition, saw further budgetary impacts as part of the provincial effects of relocate funds towards the COVID-19 fight. The combined efforts of multiple stakeholders and spearheaded by the Premier and the Provincial Disaster Management Centre has enabled the province to keep going through a particularly trying time. We must acknowledge all the efforts that went into combating this virus. Honourable Chair and committee members, performance measurement is an important element of government departments and entities. And this annual report provides an overview of the performance of the department and Cape Nature for the 2020-2021 financial year. It further improves an overview, or further provides an overview of the challenges identified and the interventions which were implemented. Chairperson, the following couple of highlights as of 21st of March 2021. We consistently meeting targets on waste licensing applications despite the severe COVID-19 disruptions, ongoing monitoring and water quality in both the Berg and the Breede River estuary, develop a toolkit, the Regional Socio-Economic Project Reconstruction Framework to assist municipalities to determine areas for spatial and socio-economic integration and transformation. A program that I'm personally very proud of, and if you walk in the communities, you can really see and feel the difference it makes to poor people's lives. Conducting several intergovernmental environmental compliance and law enforcement blitz operations successfully. A total of 42 compliance inspections were done. Furthermore, the department managed to receive another clean audit, another highlight that needs to be mentioned. So the department, as well as Cape Nature, will provide further details in their presentations. I'm going to conclude, Chairperson, by thanking the head of the department, Piet van Zyl, as well as the CEO of Cape Nature, Dr. Omar, and all their senior staff for their incredible efforts over the past year. Looking forward, the department and Cape Nature is determined to continue doing the best to provide a better life for all in this province. And I pledge my ongoing support to these efforts. With that, I'm going to hand over to my head, Piet van Zyl. Thank you, Chair.
Minister Bredell, Mr. van Zyl.
Chairperson, thank you. I, like Minister Bredell, I am going to switch off my camera, but just to confirm that this is not a recording. And if I look at the, as Minister has already alluded, the year under review, I think hardly had the ink dried on the annual performance plan for 2021 in March last year, when we went into initially hard lockdown due to the pandemic and then various lockdown stages thereafter. So COVID-19 has undoubtedly had deep and an overwhelmingly negative effect on the economic and social life of the Western Cape. Action plans, risk assessments, business continuity plans and contingency plans have all been implemented by the Western Cape government and other authorities. And indeed, the department took that to task to combat and ease as much as we could the negative effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the new way of work a major shift was required in how the department conducted its business and ensuring that services were delivered on a continuous basis and to our usual high standard. In terms of our policy on work arrangements, a dual system of working from home and a rotation roster was introduced in April 2020. And through this policy and its operational arrangements, the department has maintained an uninterrupted service delivery to its clients and stakeholders throughout the 2021 period. I think just to confirm also that the structure of our department is still in terms of its 7 programs and our 6 strategic priorities adopted for the 2020-2025 term remain in place, namely provincial planning and spatial transformation, climate change and water security, waste management, biodiversity management, coastal and estuarine management, and environmental governance and law enforcement. I think just to note very briefly, and we'll get into the detail as we work our way, or the committee works its way through the annual report, but the headline achievements, some of which Minister Bedell has already touched upon. The clean audit for the 2020-21 from the Auditor General. I think that I would just observe on that point that if we look at the last 10 years, we've achieved 8 clean audits, 6 of them now consecutive, and 2 unqualified audits. So for me, it's more than just the achievement of a clean audit, because we often hear that clean audits do not necessarily result in clean streets, and I think there's a great truism in that. But it's the culture of the department, I would rather say, is measured by this consistency. We achieved a 99.2% program expenditure on our budget. We completed the 2020-21 Provincial Spatial Planning Performance Management Evaluation Report. Our focus was on the Greater Cape Town Metro, the West Coast, and the Southern Cape functional regions. Minister has noted the waste license achievement of 100% against the target of 95%. And on the environmental impact assessment, we achieved a 99% outcome finalized within the legislative timeframes against the target of 95%. We also compiled the 2021-22 municipal support and capacity building strategies. In other words, at the end of, or by the end of last year, for the current year, for every one of our 30 municipalities, and also published our 2020-21 municipal support and capacity building evaluation report. In terms of our APP 2020-21, 96% of our targets were achieved or exceeded, and 4% were partially achieved, in the main due to being demand-driven indicators. And then lastly, Chair, I would note, Minister has referred to the RCEP program. We have managed to, despite budget challenges and fiscal targets, to have an expansion into the towns of Swellendam, Riversdale and Heidelberg. In other words, the Swellendam municipality and the Hessequa municipality, so that our footprint for the RCEP program is now in 19 towns in 12 municipalities, presence in all 5 our districts. So, Chair, with that, we look forward to this engagement with your standing committee and hold ourselves ready for responding to any discussion and questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van Zyl. Honourable members, I just want to highlight we've got about 4 hours for this meeting. I will allow after about 2 hours for a comfort break. With that, I want to hand over to you. You've all received the annual reports of both the department as well as Cape Nature, and you are welcome to interrogate the relevant officials first on the annual report of the department, and we'll leave the annual report of Cape Nature thereafter. And I do hope that the chairperson of the Cape Nature Board would then also by that time have been able to join us. Minister Bredell, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My apologies. I've missed Prof. Denver Hendricks as Chairperson of the board. I'm very grateful that he's also part of the session. Thank you.
Good. No, thank you very much. I also missed his name and was hoping that you would be joining us. You're most welcome, Prof. We appreciate that you're also setting the time aside, and also obviously your service to Cape Nature in your role as chairperson of the board. Honourable members, can I ask that you use the raise hand function where possible to draw my attention whether you would like to ask a question. Please be specific where possible and mention page numbers if you're referring to specific paragraphs or certain sentences or tables in the annual report. Please indicate by a raise of hands. Thank you. I recognize first Honourable Maseku and then Honourable Bartman. Please go ahead, Honourable Maseku.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And again, thank you for the department and the minister and Cape Nature for the sterling work that they always do. Just to go direct to the questions. The first question, Chair, I'm sorry, it's not on the page. I just want to ask a question to the minister. I think it was 2019 when the Premier talked about Minister Bredell being responsible for the review of policies and processes to improve the safety through urban and the rural planning, design and special planning. And he continued saying that the environmental design will play an important role in preventing or facilitating crime in building or fracturing social cohesion. So with that being said, I just want to find out with the abnormalities that we've been having since then of the COVID-19 and the difficulties of their budget being had to be redirected. Was there any changes from the initial plans of the Premier in this department for Minister Bredell? And if there were changes to this initial idea, what were those changes that were there that he implemented, and what was left for him to implement for the safety part of it with the special planning? Thank you, Chair.
If we can first give Honourable Bartman an opportunity to pose her question before we go on to the responses.
Chair, would you like only questions on part A, because my question starts on part B?
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. I think it would be good, as you suggest, that we first restrict ourselves to A and general questions, and then thereafter there will be another round for us to deal with questions from section B. Any other hands at this point in time? None. So yes, there's a hand. Thank you. Is it Honourable Maseku? Is that a follow-up? And then Honourable Maran?
I can add some more questions, Chair, since there's no any hand.
Please see.
Okay, from page 9, Chair, I just want to find out from the department if they are consulting other municipalities for the increase in the regional socio-economic projects program that they do have, and for some local government municipalities to benefit from this program. And in total, let me leave that one, we'll deal with it later. I just want to find also the monitoring and evaluation process. Does the department use to ensure that is the program properly implemented within the municipalities? I mean, considering the issue of the skills. I'm sorry about that. Considering the issue of the skills challenges that might be there, and also the changes that always happens within the municipalities for the success of this program. And the other one, it will be, has the department received any resistance regarding the implementation of this program from the municipalities? And how does the new toolkit add to the program's pre-existing provisions? And the last one, it will be, how is the toolkit implemented in the beneficiaries of the municipalities? Thank you very much, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. I recognize Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Good mornings to the MEC.
Yeah.
Chair, please assist me, man. Please, Chair, please assist me, because you are saying we're only dealing with what one. Can you please assist me what not one, A starts from what page to what page, Chair, that I don't ask questions that belongs to B and C. Maybe if you can quickly assist me there.
Yes, thank you. I've got section A of the department dealing with pages 2 to 21. And then from page 23, we've got then part B. Does that help?
Yes, it assists, Chair, meaning that if it's till page 21, Chair, just on the issue of the environmental commissioner, it's on page 31, and it basically says this, that until constitutional certainty, Chair, has been established. And then I don't understand what it means, Chair, because in terms of my understanding, the provincial constitution is very clear when it comes to that particular provision for a environmental commissioner to be appointed. And since when we have started in 2019, we have basically raised this particular issue of the appointment of a environmental commissioner. So I don't understand, Chair, quite when it said that until constitutional certainty has been established. What does it mean? Because in terms of my understanding, there's clarity, there is certainty. Is there a will to appoint?
Thank you.
A environmental commissioner? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Maran, and I recognize the hand of Honourable Marais. Most welcome, Honourable Marais.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates more to rural economies and food security, because that's the main role of agriculture. All these other things is of lesser importance than how well can we feed the people of this country. That's a job of agriculture, so I will wait till we get to that part. It's only here from page 80, 81. Thanks for the clarity on where is part A and where is part B. So I will lower my answer till we get to food security and what is being done in the rural economies where people go hungry. So I will leave my question till then.
Thank you very much. Honourable Maran, if your hand is still up for your previous round, then please lower it now, as well as Honourable Marais. Just two questions from my side. First one is just to the HOD. I recently tried to contact the department via phone, and you give your, telephonic contact as one of the options in which people would be able to contact the department. together with email and other means, office hours, etc., walk-in. But it seems to me as if quite a number of the staff are still working from home, and that their phone calls are not forwarded to their mobile phones. Perhaps if you could just give us an indication of what the protocol is in terms of staff working from home, whether putting phone calls through to their internal extensions would then be, forwarded onto their mobile phones. What is the position, or what is the protocol that you use in the department in the case of where people are still working from home? And then the second one is on page 19, you refer to a legal challenge on Spluma. Perhaps you can just expand slightly on the grounds for that challenge. I think there is some reference to it, but perhaps you can just use the time to quite clear. And then secondly, should that court case finds that the Spluma legislation is to be set aside, what would the effect be on decisions taken up to now under that act? And with that, over to you, First Minister, for that question that I think Honourable Maseko directed to you, and thereafter then to the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you to Honourable Maseko for the question. I think she refers more to the RCEP-VPUU program, violence prevention through urban upgrade. It's a huge success, and wherever you get the chance as a standing committee, you must really visit one of two of these projects. And I'm going to take a guesstimate, so don't hold it against me. I think we're busy in 12 municipalities, 19 towns, something like that. Obviously, COVID throws a curveball, and a curveball to the whole government, from national right through provincial and to our local governments. There's consequences. The biggest consequence is money. It's going to, we need to cut 3 billion rand out of the provincial budget. And yeah, there's consequences. So we need to cut certain programs, etc. But through the hard work of this department, we managed to keep the program alive. We believe that everything we want to accomplish is within this kind of program, speaks to that. And obviously a new challenge will be to see to it if we can tap into international funding. You must remember that the VPUU program actually started in Cape Town through international funding. And we've already had to discuss and see to how we can, again, knock on doors and try to get international funding because of the importance of making this program work. So with that, I'm going to hand over to my HOD. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. Just a heads up that I'm going to ask on the group of questions from Member Maseko on the RCEP program. I'm going to, in particular, ask Gerard Gerber or Francois Wist, our program manager, to speak briefly to the aspect of how we do our monitoring and evaluation in the beneficiary municipalities on the program, and the application and use of the toolkit that Minister has also referred to. So just a heads up to them. But Chair, if I then, well, let's stay there for the moment. As I mentioned in my introduction, because of the having to go through 3 adjustment budgets in the previous financial year, in the main triggered by COVID and COVID responses, but then also the macro fiscal environment that the country and obviously the province finds itself in, some adjustments had to be made. However, we were fortunate that we were able to retain our RCEP program funding, albeit that we, by arrangement with Provincial Treasury, we had to adjust the cash flow that we had previously applied. In other words, to spread it over an extra year, and therefore not terminate programs, but just extend the time frame for implementation. So I think to that extent we were fortunate, particularly for the year under review. We are currently, of course, in the budget cycle for the 2022 MTEF, and we will, by February, March next year, get to your committee in dealing with that. So for the time being, I think that we, although the Afrikaans word is verlangsaam, we had to extend the time frame for implementation, but nothing was lost other than perhaps some time in implementation. We did manage to, not through funding contributions to municipalities, we did, as I mentioned, manage to expand our participation through advisory services to the Swellendam municipality and the Hessequa municipality. Swellendam, obviously in the town of Swellendam, and then in the case of Hessequa, in Riversdale and Heidelberg. So and it's basically using, I would call it, the intellectual capital of the program staff, led by Gerard Gerber and Francois Wist, that we, and very recently, about a month ago, we had the Premier and Minister Bredel officiate at some openings of these projects in the Bergrivier municipality, as well as Swartland in Darling, and also in Vredenburg in Saldanha municipality. So there are ongoing projects over the next 2-3 years. I'm going to hand over just so that they can expand and respond to the aspects of the monitoring and evaluation of the program within the municipal domain, and then the use of the toolkit to Gerard and Francois. Thank you. And then we can come back to the other questions that have been posed, Chair.
Good morning, honourable members, Minister, colleagues. I'll start and then I'll hand over to Francois Wist, who's the RCEP program manager. There is a specific monitoring framework in place that monitors both the progress in terms of each project, but also the financial expenditure by each municipality. But Francois can elaborate on that. I did just briefly want to touch on Member Maseku's questions about the design and related to safety issues. And Francois again can elaborate. It's specifically addressed in terms of the Western Cape safety plan, but there's also been a community of practice that's been established in terms of safety and dignity through design. And then there's also a technical working group that's been established between the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town on urban design in terms of the safety priority. But yeah, with that, I'll then hand over to Francois. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Thank you, HOD and Chair. Maybe firstly, in terms of the question of Member Maseku about the safety targets initially, the emphasis has shifted a bit to the new safety plan, or that's part of the recovery plan. Of the three aspects of the post-COVID recovery plan of the Cabinet. And in terms of that, it's I think it's firstly to say the RCEP program tries to be multi-pronged
it's not only about safety, but it's also about job creation and about dignity. For instance, how far people walk to towns from their neighborhoods and so forth. And obviously safety is definitely one of those. But I think the challenge in terms of safety is to establish a cross-departmental forum and to make sure that projects, for instance, from health or schools are working together to promote safety through good urban design. So it is quite a new idea in province to work transversely about that, and it's quite a complex situation as well. All the departments and public works being an agent for implementing building schools and clinics and so forth on behalf of the other departments. But that initiative is well on its way, and there is as Gerard mentioned, there's a community of practice that has been established, and but there are also new indicators that's been established as part of the COVID recovery safety plan. But they are all related, and I think there is good progress. Maybe if I may, just one or two of the other aspects that Member Maseko mentioned. Firstly, it's in terms of the other municipalities, because of the constrained financial situation, it is difficult to go and invite all the other municipalities. Of the local municipalities, as been mentioned, we are in 12 of the 24, and we filling the water, so to speak. We're starting work in Swellendam and eSequa, as HOD mentioned. But it's currently we don't have the resources to extend an open invite with the promise of new funds. But the emphasis is more on training and sharing the lessons. I think the question about evaluation in terms of the management plan, that has been mentioned by Gerard. The matter of changes in the municipalities, generally it's going well. Here and there is a municipality, for instance, in Prince Albert, where the municipal manager also ended her services, and that's been challenging. It's quite, we're experiencing very pertinent issues of design and getting it all approved and the consistency, but I think we'll go through that or get through that. In terms of resistance from municipalities, I think the opposite is true. The approach is really to help the municipalities on things that they actually appreciate and the community appreciates, so there's no resistance. And then the toolkit, the reconstruction framework toolkit, it's working well, just to emphasize things that has not been emphasized in the past. For instance, how people are walking and where it is safe, and how to integrate towns, and just to join up towns where possible. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I can then pick up again the Member Moran's question about the Environmental Commissioner, and perhaps specifically his question relating to the constitutional certainty or uncertainty. I think the position, as we have reported to your committee on a number of occasions, is that the process is currently out of the hands of the department. The draft bill was endorsed by, that's the Western Cape Constitution Amendment Bill, was endorsed by Cabinet and submitted to the Speaker, and there have been some quite a range of hearings conducted in the districts around the matter. So our position, and that is what the reference to constitutional certainty or uncertainty is, that there's a proposed constitutional amendment, and that's where the position stands at the moment. We certainly, our position, I think, has been made quite clear in that draft submission. So I'm not, unless Minister would like to add something on this, but I think that really is the factual situation on that matter. And then, Chair, coming to to your two questions. Firstly, the one of the making contact with the department via telephone, landline. We did have a problem with that. I'm not sure how recently you attempted, but what we have put in place is the a number of the colleagues have in fact forwarded to their mobile numbers, but the default position that we now have instituted is that in the old days, so to speak, there would have been a switchboard. In fact, we still have a central switchboard function, which is the department's default number, 4834091. And that during normal office hours, that there is a person attending to those calls. So where a person is not in the office, and also has not forwarded to their mobile number to be contacted, it does go to and that person or the persons that attend to that number are in our communications subdirectorate, and they ensure that the call or inquiry is directed either directly to the relevant manager or supervisor as far as the matter is, or that a message is passed on to return. So I think that, yes, I acknowledge that we did have I would say about 3 months ago, a challenge, but we then specifically management reviewed it and addressed it to the system I've just described. And then, Chair, getting to your question on page 19, it's the sort of second from the bottom section, potential litigation and court rulings that affect land use planning, and the reference that we made there to a litigation matter between the Greenpoint Ratepayers and Residents Association and the first respondent. They were they are the applicant. The City of Cape Town is the first respondent, and the Minister and Department are other respondents. I think that my information, but I am going to ask Ayub Mohammed or Advocate Charmaine Murray perhaps to speak to it, but my information is the matter is still underway. We've not sure if it's been heard yet, but it certainly there's been no judgment yet. And quite recently, there, on a different angle, I would say, within the last 3 weeks, there's been another application that that has come in that is again with the City of Cape Town being the first respondent, and it's the Camps Bay Residents and Ratepayers Association, but that matter, the papers have just been served, so I don't think we should go there. But to respond specifically to the note or the cautionary note that subject to whatever the judgment might be in this case, there might be ramifications. But let me ask Ayub and Charmaine, or possibly Cobus Monroe, that might have some more insights into the matter and what the potential risks are that we might face. Thank you.
Mr. Gafoor.
Chair, can I direct to Charmaine and to Cobus?
Yes.
But just for the record, we are not cited as any parties. The parties to this matter is the Greenpoint Ratepayers Association, Golden Rock Properties, the City of Cape Town, the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, the Registrar of Deeds, and the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. So it does not affect us at all. I mean, we're not one of the respondents, although it will have implications for us because they are looking to set aside some of the provisions of SPLUMA as being unconstitutional. My understanding is that directly to the Chair's question, and Charmaine can confirm, that all decisions will still stand unless the Constitutional Court makes a retrospective judgment. But that's not part of the papers at the moment. And so far, we understand that the National Minister is opposing. The court case goes back to 2019, so it's quite a long way back, but there's been no action on it since then. Cobus can just confirm that, and Charmaine can confirm the decision status. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed.
Chairperson, may I address you? This is Charmaine Maria speaking.
Please proceed.
Chair, with regard to the legal principle that is at play, Mr. Mohammed is correct in saying that nothing will be changed, everything will stand. That is the one principle in the South African law pertaining to legal certainty. And even if it ends up in the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court needs to consider the constitutionality, they will also look at the practical impact, and they will not go back and change decisions that has been taken in the past. They will also give time for the unconstitutionality to be rectified, and then it will be a proactive application of the new legal status in this regard. So at this point in time, while the litigation is running, and it's got a long process to go through, what we have on the ground stays as it is. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think that was well covered, but I see Cobus Monroe's got his hand up, perhaps to add something there.
Chairperson, thank you. Yes, my
Mr. Monroe, you're unmuted, and I recognize your hand.
Apologies, Chairperson. Yeah, that's correct. I confirm that I have also no knowledge that the matter has been heard or finalized. But just in connection with this, the National Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land Reform has incidentally also commenced with a process to revisit the specific section of SPLUMA, and that is with respect to the representation of traditional leaders as well as councillors on the municipal planning tribunals. So that process has commenced. The department has appointed service providers and also a technical steering committee on which the Western Cape is represented by 2 or 3 members. And I can confirm that the specific issue, is on the agenda to be revisited. Obviously, with the National House of Traditional Leaders and all other role players from traditional leaders, it is a huge process that has been a contentious issue from the start of, or the coming into effect of the SPLUMA Act. As you know, that traditional leaders or councillors at the moment, as the Act stands at the moment, are not allowed to sit as members on the municipal planning tribunal. So this is the issue that is being discussed in this court case, or challenged in the court case, but is also now part of the discussion by the National Department to see if there is another way forward on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Munro. Honourable members, are you happy for us to then proceed to Part B of the annual report of the department? Thank you. No hands. I see that as concurrence with that notion. Honourable Bartman, you indicated that you've got a number of questions on Part B. Can I put you on first, and then other members, if you would be so kind? I see Honourable Heron and other members, please indicate by raising of your hands. Maran. So first Bartman, Heron, and then Maran. Over to you, Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, I would like to congratulate the Minister and the Department on this annual report. It's absolutely amazing, and considering that this is essentially the COVID annual report for the past financial year. But first with my questions on page 23, at the last paragraph, it speaks to the Western Cape Climate Change Response Strategy, which is supported through a gender responsive review lens. That is the last paragraph. And my question is, because it speaks there then, a gender gap analysis was undertaken as part of the process. And I just want to know whether this gender gap analysis has been implemented and what the targets were. Because if you look at PERO, the recently PERO on page 67, and the impact of climate change, the same Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning actually indicated that there's been an increase in the number of hot days inland in Beaufort West, up to 7 more days per year, more days with temperature above 40 degrees up north in our province, or 3 more days per year. There's been a decrease in total rainfall in the West Coast, 8% decrease, and also higher likelihood of droughts, up to 30% more likely. And then on page 24, under sustainability, it speaks here to the Smart Procurement Sustainable Public Procurement Program developed a training and implementation model and lessons learned report. And this speaks to a matter in section D, which I'll come back to a little later. But I just want to find out how many people have been trained, if any, or how many people will be trained on this smart procurement program, and what are the particular goals. I do know that in the goals section and targets, it just says the implementation thereof, but it doesn't specifically say the number of people or municipalities aimed to be trained specifically. And also in the next paragraph under the same heading, it speaks to the department being part of the United Nations Environment Program pilot testing of Sustainable Development Goals 12.7.1 target indicator on the sustainable public procurement, which I think is absolutely phenomenal, that we are ensuring that our public procurement is including goals and targets for climate change. So I just want to know how long is it going to take for the contribution or the implementation of the methodology for measuring progress on this indicator. And then on page 25, in the first paragraph, which comes from the previous paragraph on the previous page, it speaks to the department working on green financing and green investment, and how to ensure that these objectives are included when one raises finance. And I just wanted to find out more about this, as well as what the deadline is. And then at the end of page 25, in the last paragraph under compliance and enforcement with environmental legislation, in the last paragraph, it speaks to obviously budget constraints in trying to implement this project, the capacity to investigate and enforce legislation, as well as struggles regarding remote compliance monitoring. And my question is whether the Department of Environmental Affairs cannot borrow the drone from agriculture in order to assist with this program. I mean, we did spend, I think, R500,000 on agriculture buying their drone. They might as well borrow it to other departments, lend it out to other departments. And then page 28, integrated environmental planning performance. I just wanted to know how far the Career Readiness Action Plan is coming, because it reads there that it's been finalized and that it's a great example of intergovernmental effort. So I just would like to know how far is that there now, since this is technically the previous financial year report. And then on page 30, under paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, under paragraph 4, the role of small and micro enterprises in diverting waste, creating jobs and enhancing the waste economy under the heading of waste management. I would like to find out how many SMMEs were recognized and supported, and what have been the outcomes. In that same paragraph, it speaks to the goal of procurement for waste goods and services. So what has been the outcomes? Because when you look at the targets for SMMEs under the waste program, it only says 1. So I don't know if it's the implementation of the plan, that's 1 and then achieved 1, or if it's the 1 SMME and achieved 1 SMME. So if I could just get some clarity there. And then on page 49, it's more of a follow-up from last year's annual report, actually, but I do see there's been improvement. But on page 49, under the heading Women in Green Economy, I just want to say well done. I know in last year's annual report, there was, if I remember correctly, a postponement of these training sessions due to COVID and finances. And I see that they've successfully now moved over to webinars. And it speaks here in the last sentence about the insights as to how these women can introduce the green economy and circular solutions into their business operations. So I would like to know a little bit more about the insights that these participants of this program shared, and what the outcomes have been, and what is the plan to scale this program up. Now that we've now moved over into saying, okay, we can't necessarily doing it physically, okay, we're going to online now, what do we do to scale this up? Page 67, yes, sorry, that is just the reference to the SMME support interventions undertaken under subprogram 4.3 pollution and waste management. So that was the figure that I was referring to. Page 69, under the subprogram 5.1 biodiversity and protected area planning management, under the outputs implementation of provincial biodiversity strategy plan, as well as implementation of provincial biodiversity economy strategy, the output indicator 5.1.1 as well as 5.1.2. Now those are 2 reports, and both have been achieved, and both speaks to the goals we would like to, as a province, achieve for climate change. Now, I would actually quite frankly like to see, yes, we've achieved these reports, but it says there the output is implementation, and the actual achievement, it says there, it has been achieved. I do think we need to probably look at including either in the next annual report or separately, the actual physical targets that were in these reports that were implemented and achieved. Because at the moment it just says it's been achieved, but I don't actually know what as part of the program and the plans have been achieved. Perhaps we can get some extra information in that front. Yes, thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions for part B.
Thank you. And as then indicated, I think Honourable Heron and then Maran.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 short questions. On page 75 in part B, there's reference
I suddenly lost your sound. Honourable Heron, I struggle to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, suddenly you're back.
I'm trying to, can you still hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm referring to page 75 of the report, and in particular the, sorry, I'm trying to open the report and be here at the same time. Page 75, the 2 well-located parcels of land assembled for development and improved spatial transformation. if we can just get information as to where those parcels of land are and how did the assembly, or how does this project actually improve spatial transformation? And then if I can go to page 77 of the report, the RCEP, the outcome is spatial and socio-economic integration. And the outputs are these projects that have been developed in the various municipalities. And as we saw on one of our site visits about a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago. But how do we know that the outcome of spatial and social integration has been achieved? The two projects that I recall, or three projects we visited, they were infrastructure projects, a walkway in Vredendal, I think, and a water park. Those are outputs, but the walkway that didn't seem very successful in terms of the economic development part of it. There were many of the trading sites were not used. So how do we know that the outcome of spatial and socioeconomic integration is being achieved? The outputs are there, the projects have been built, but how do we measure the outcome? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Page, I also got two questions, Chair. The one is on page 26. I've heard a response in terms of the Environmental Commission. And I think, Chair, if you look, for instance, page 26, in 6 municipalities referred, or where there's criminal investigations, and out of those 6, 5 referred to the NPA to decide whether they will prosecute or not, Chair. And I think that's one of the reasons why there is an unwillingness to appoint a environmental commissioner. Chair, I just want to check, because I know, for instance, since last year, I think last year already, for instance, there was the issue of Strellendam, Brede Valley, where there was fires at their waste plant. The same in Witzenberg, Tilbach, where there was also a fire, and I'm not sure whether they are part of those. And if they are part of those, Chair, why is it taking so long for the NPA to make a decision on this particular matter? Whether there's follow-ups from the department in terms of those issues, and if there is, what was the response of the NPA? If not, why not? Thanks, Chair. And then there's the one on page 75. Let me also quickly go there. Chair, page 75. The output indicators, and it speaks exactly to the question that was raised by Honourable Herren. Spatial integration in post-party society is a constitutional imperative, Chair, and the target that was set there, Chair, is 2. And if spatial planning, Chair, and integration is such an important issue, why the target only 2? And also, Chair, where those 2 areas are. We'd like to know where it is. Thanks.
Thank you for those questions. If I may add 2 of mine, I've got more. On page 29, the air quality monitoring stations, we in the past heard that many of those stations have reached the end of their useful service life. And perhaps you can just tell us what is the situation currently there, and how automated are these stations, and perhaps the stations with which they would be vervang, sorry for that. And then the next one is just, once we replace them, to what extent would they need regular servicing, etc., and how many of them have we been able to replace? Then also on page 29, I do know that during the COVID time, there was a huge fear that we may have capacity constraints in terms of our crematoria. And I do know that the department, if I remember correctly, issued new licenses to those some of those crematoria. Perhaps you could just tell us in terms of from an environmental point of view, whether you are happy that the situation currently is one that would not create a bottleneck should there be a fourth wave of the coronavirus, and also from an air quality point of view, if that is of any significance. And then in terms of waste management, the HOD said, clean audits doesn't mean clean streets. Now, I think many of us during this election time, again, moved around a lot. And quite frankly, it is my impression that there's not a single municipality that has really been able to resolve the issue of solid waste removal in certain areas, particularly in some of our poorer and informal areas. And I'm just wondering whether, my statement is true, whether perhaps, and I hope I'm wrong, that there might be some municipalities where through the OFORA and information sharing and best practice sharing, where people have been able to improve the temptation to go and illegally dump waste, or people that just don't care and drop waste in the streets, etc., and on open pieces of land. Are there best practices? Are there solutions that you would be able to refer us to, so that we as a committee might even contemplate going to visit some of these areas? Or is it something where we're still looking for best practices and hopefully a solution to this ongoing problem? With that, Mr. Van Zyl, I'm first going to give back to you, and then there will be a second round or even further rounds of questions. Thank you very much.
Chairperson and members, thank you. I'm just quickly going to run through to indicate to my colleagues where I will expect them to make inputs. Just going through the list of Member Baartman's questions, the climate change response strategy and the gender gap analysis. I'm going to ask Karen Shippey to speak to that. Or Hussein Isaacs supporting. The question of sustainability, the smart procurement. I'm going to ask Karen and Ron Mukanya to speak to that. The green financing, green investment, also Karen. And then the compliance enforcement and the use of drones with our sister Department of Agriculture, Ayub Mohammed or Ahmad Basir can talk to us on that. The Karoo Readiness Plan, Paul Hardcastle. The waste SMMEs, I'm going to ask Gottlieb or August and Lance to contribute to that answer. The Women in the Green Economy, Karen Shippey. SMMEs and waste, we've already touched on. The biodiversity and the PBSAP, I'll make one or two comments, but then get Marlene LaRosse to speak to us on that. Then Member Heron's questions. The two well-located sites, which in fact links up with Member Moran's question on page 75. So I'm going to ask Gerard Gerber to speak to us on that. The second question of Member Heron on the RCEP and the spatial and social integration. How do we measure, or how do we know that the outcome is being achieved? I'm going to ask that Gerard and Francois and perhaps Catherine Stone make a contribution on that. Then Member Moran's other question on prosecutions, in particular in the waste sector, and prosecutions by the NPA. Just an update on that, and specifically to answer the question of why do these processes seemingly take so long. Ayub and Ahmad can speak to us on that. And then, Chair, your questions, which the first batch was around the air quality monitoring stations and replacement and servicing and automation. I'm going to ask Gottlieb and Dr. Joy Lena. And then Dr. Lena can also address us. She's headed the task team reporting on the state of our crematoria, and particularly monitoring capacities and utilization in the COVID period. And then lastly, Chair, your second question was around waste management and observing some of the challenges in many of our municipalities, any initiatives there. I'll have a comment on it, but then also ask Gottlieb, because we're about to launch into something that we can talk about there. So, Chair, I'm going to hand over to Karen to speak to us on climate change response and the gender gap analysis, and then also followed up by the sustainability smart procurement and the green financing.
Great, thank you very much, HOD. Mr. Chair, may I go ahead? I'm going to take that as a yes. Honourable members, Minister, thank you so much for giving us this chance to talk about some of our projects that we consider to be our crown jewels. The gender gap analysis I'm going to touch on briefly, and then I'm going to hand over to Hussein Isaacs, who is my Director Climate Change, because essentially what we discovered a couple of years ago doing an overview of our policies is that largely our technical policies were gender blind. And essentially what we're doing now with every single policy review is to undertake an analysis initially about what literature is out there, what data is available, specifically for Western Cape, but globally as well, and then trying to understand how it is that we must put that into our different policies and strategies. Climate change was the first of these to undergo this gender gap analysis. And it was an incredible process of opening our eyes to how each and every sector that we deal with for climate change has an obligation and a responsibility to see the different gendered impacts and be able to actually talk to those and start setting targets. So we haven't yet set targets for each sector. We're wanting the sector departments to be able to do that. But what we are highlighting is areas where they need to look. And that is now being drawn through into the revision of the climate change response strategy, which has just been released for public comment. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Hussein Isaacs just to add.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning all. Yeah, I think as Karen mentioned, the 2014 strategy was essentially considered to be gender blind. And throughout the review process of what we now have as the Western Cape Climate Change Response Strategy Vision 2050, a human rights and gender lens has been applied to the contents of that particular strategy. As Karen also mentioned, each of the different sectors will have their own gender-related targets, but what we have put out in a recent high ambition document, which was through our membership to the Under 2 MOU, there are 2 gender-related targets that we've put forward, and that a number of other signatories have then also signed up to, and these are to improve the representation of women in climate change governance structures by 30% by 2030, and then also to have all climate change related data to be disaggregated by gender by 2030. So it's a start, and obviously there's with the targets being set, there are now goals that each of the sector departments will be expected to contribute towards. Member Bartman's other observation around the PERO, essentially again, what that spells out is the climate risks that we will have to deal with as not just as a provincial government, but as the entire province and all its stakeholders. And the new version that's currently out for public input and co-creation will hopefully resolve the issue of buy-in, and that we will then have support for the implementation of that particular strategy. Government alone will not resolve the climate change issue. So it's all its stakeholders will have to play their part, no matter how small that is. So with the new version, there is a little bit of direction being given in terms of target setting. So we can share the link to that particular strategy with the members as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. I see Mr. Hardy's computer is also unmuted. Perhaps you would just like to mute, or would you like to come in here? Thank you. Then can the next person proceed?
Yes, thank you. So we'll deal with the issues of sustainable public procurement and green finances, as well as women in the green economy. And in a moment, I'll hand over to Ron Mokanya, my Director for Sustainability. So this is very much in terms of our thrust of trying to mainstream what we need to do in order to avoid the climate impacts, or to at least utilize the opportunities to the maximum. And we've been working on sustainable public procurement with the United Nations for a while, for a couple of years now. And what I think is particularly good for us, 2020 was the year in which Provincial Treasury engaged significantly with this work, and they've now introduced it into their core training work as well, which is a fantastic step forward for us, and it's just happened recently. But essentially, sustainable public procurement tries to bring in a combination of factors. So moving away from cost alone, but also considering life cycle, what happens when we need to get rid of it, who do we buy from, how is the labor treated? So it's a combination of socioeconomic factors, as well as things like how much energy went into something, how much water went into something. So it's really the building blocks of having more sustainable production and being able to trigger that by government using our own spend, not more expensive, but more thoughtful in terms of how we purchase and how we are actively stimulating people to be more resource efficient. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Ron to allow him to talk to the 3 elements.
Thanks, Karen, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for the questions, Honorable Bartman. So I'll start from the top right through to the bottom. As Karen has already mentioned, I think the main thrust of our SPP program was for us to take everyone along with us that's within the Western Cape government. So we can't work on this alone, and it can be a silo approach. So we're always under pressure, I think, to try and measure performance and indicators. But what we discovered from doing this work on the core face was we pretty much didn't understand what the legislation allowed us to do, and I think what the enabling levers are within the existing policies. So we pretty much then started the journey from that premise, just to make sure that all the respective role players that have an interest and that should be interested in this work have the same understanding. which is, I think, where the journey started. And then the culmination of that journey then became the training manual that we've developed. So as how we would implement that. And part of that journey was looking at existing case studies that we've got in the province that actually have attributes for SPP itself. So we didn't want to make it look like a pie in the sky concept, but actually say we've got example X, Y, and Z that are in these municipalities that have attributes of what we're talking about, and then just break those down into a sensible, practical way of implementation. So I think that's kind of the starting point, and Karen has already explained that there's been uptake for that. So the culmination of that process has resulted in us having this training manual developed. But that training manual isn't our manual alone. It's got signatures, or we're currently in the process of getting the signatures coordinated between us as a department alongside our colleagues from the Department of Local Government in the province, alongside our colleagues from National Treasury. And I think the motivation behind that is to understand that procurement is obviously a key responsibility of our provincial treasury. But we know a lot of procurement happens, or procurement support also happens from local government side that's directed at municipalities. So to answer the question of how many people will be trained, based on that understanding that the Department of Local Government in Provincial Treasury have specific procurement-related training initiatives or interventions that they do with municipalities and our provincial departments. We then said it makes sense for us to use this training manual that we've developed as one of the training resources that gets used in those training sessions. So let's not reinvent the wheel, but actually use existing structures, but then just add in better training materials and resources to that training program. And I think for me, that's pretty much a win-win sort of scenario that's coming out of the process. So we haven't created extra work, but we've simply created and developed extra resource material that's relevant to the current context that we're living in. So the target is everyone who those two departments that I've just mentioned are training. But then from the department side also, we've actually received significant demand from the municipality. So we've had a lot of engagements with the West Coast as a district over the course of this calendar year. And likewise, the City of Cape Town as well. And for next year, we've already lined up the Overberg district that have also shown a lot of interest in this work. And we've also got some interest that's coming from the Garden Route. So in terms of who we are training, it's a broad range, and I think a wide range of stakeholders that we're working with or trying to make sure they get their hands on this training manual and the resources that come with that. And then in terms of the indicators that we're trying to measure, so obviously we are trying to influence the public sector spend. So we know the public sector spends a lot of money. And I think if you do just a back of the envelope calculation, the public sector in South Africa spends plus minus 15% of the GDP. That's how much money government spends, which is a lot of money if you can influence that spending in the right direction. So from an indicator measurement point of view, the ideal world scenario is over time, which is what our Green Economy Indicator report tries to do, that we produce once every 2 years, is to track how much of that GDP spend that we are spending is actually being channeled to SPP interventions. So I think that's kind of a high-level indication of the work that we are doing and what we are trying to measure. And yes, like Karen has already said, we are one of the pilot sort of test knowledge sites of what the UN is doing. And I think the thrust is coming from that tiny work that we're doing, but we feel it's very important and impactful. Then the second point relates to the environmental, social, and governance. So from an ESG point of view, again, this is pretty much provincial treasury territory. But we all know that the Western Cape government as a sector, from its banking and cash management investment policy, there's a huge amount of capital that we're investing. And I think for us, we're just trying to trigger that conversation and that discussion with the Treasury, which is Provincial Treasury in this case, to say, look, from a corporate risk response point of view, when we talk about climate change, we also need to be considering our environmental risks in how we are using our banking and our cash management system. And this is stemming pretty much from that policy that we have. And we know that our underlying assets within the Western Cape as a province, I think, are vulnerable to pressures of capital risk and credit rating. And we feel because of those two risks that I've just mentioned, we have more motivation to be looking at ESG factors as part of the cash management system that we have in the province. So I think the culmination of that has seen us developing a discussion document on this, which incorporates good practice. And we've put in a few proposals in that discussion document, and we've shared that with the Provincial Treasury. And I think the intention from our side is to actually work alongside the Treasury on this, and we're hoping that they will take a lot more leadership in that, because it's pretty much their forte, and we'll be happy to support them, especially from the environmental risks point of view and the climate change risks, which is more of our forte as a department. Then the last aspect that I want to touch on is the women in green economy. So we've got two sides of the same coin. It's all good and well to do webinars. That's, I think, yeah, an option that works for our stakeholders that are connected. Then we've got another side where our stakeholders are not connected. So I think we've got a multi-pronged approach just to make sure we are not using the issue of lack of access to disadvantage the other stakeholders that we work with. But in short, the insights that we've shared here was to get women that started from nothing and then found themselves in business, and just getting them to talk through others that have an interest in a various range of business opportunities that exist within our space or within our sector. So things around energy efficiency as an example, and what's the low-hanging fruit there. And then just trying to make sure we understand the concept of business. So simple things like how do you make your business bankable if you're an entrepreneur? And how do you keep good business records, which then enable you to be bankable and access low-cost financing at some point when your business grows. So I think that's pretty much the kind of insights which a lot of our participants at times lack, and some of them don't even have a simple thing as a documented business plan. And I think the insights that they get is how do you develop a business plan, and why is that important? And what do you need to strengthen if you've got some write-up that's sitting somewhere? And also, lastly, then just to highlight, I think, the importance also of developing STEM or STEMA, like some argue, and how that's important, I think, for the girl child in particular within the province. And I think a lot of the women that come as part of the women in green economy tend to highlight how them being able to access science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or even arts enabled them to get to where they are. So I think in brief, that's kind of my responses to all the questions that were posed by Honorable Batman. Thanks, it's back to you.
So yes, we do what we can, but we're also very aware of the fact that our women often get more expensive loans than men in general. So our entrepreneurs, both the youth as well as our women, are struggling to set themselves up financially. So it really is the focus of this work. And then lastly, just to my Director, Biodiversity and Coastal Management, Marlene, if you would please talk to the implementation programs.
Thanks, Karen. I believe HOD wanted to introduce this issue.
Yeah, just before we go to that one, Karen, I think the one that you haven't touched on is the green financing and green investment. You want to just briefly speak to that, and then I'll make a comment and hand over to Marlene there.
All right, thank you. So Ron did touch on what he was referring to as ESG. So it's about ensuring that environmental, social governance is looked at specifically within cash flow management. So it's about where we invest our money while we're waiting to use it. And one of the key issues for us is that companies that pay attention to environmental and social governance mechanisms and report on them are doing better on the JSE than companies who don't. So not only is it something that makes sense for us in terms of our sustainability goals and our climate change objectives, but it's also something that can actually generate more money for us in the bank while we're waiting to spend it on things that it's already been allocated to. So we think it's a very powerful tool, and that's why we're engaging with Provincial Treasury on our own cash flows to see how we can engage with those opportunities. Thanks. Back to you, HOD.
Thank you, Corin and Ron. Cherify then, just staying with the sustainability, environmental sustainability side, and then we'll get on to the others shortly. In respect of Member Bartman's question around the biodiversity implementation plans for the Provincial Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and also the Provincial Biodiversity Economic Strategy, and specifically, can we not include more targets in the next APP? I want Marlene perhaps to elaborate on it, but the comment I would make is that both of these, and in fact, if I bring into the same umbrella coastal and estuarine management, these programs or sub-programs are so extensive that we found that in terms of monitoring and evaluation, but also as a management tool, to work on the basis of, in each one of those sub-areas, having, and that's why you'll see our deliverables or targets in all four of those instances are a number one, which is in the last quarter, the annual assessment report. So I would make the observation that we have found this approach to be a useful management tool. There is a strong monitoring and evaluation element to the way we conduct that, and I would part of your oversight role and function. So with that, I will hand over to Marlene, perhaps just to get into the specifics of particularly the biodiversity, but she might touch on coastal at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, members, and thank you, Advocate Bartman, for the question. We've taken great effort to move these particular programs, as they are in terms of budget programs, into actual implementation programs for these particular sub-programs as well. They are ultimately transversal. As you know, the space for biodiversity and coastal management in the province is an arena which ultimately our public entity, Cape Nature, plays a very significant role in. However, in terms of the coastal space, we have our department as the lead provincial agency for coastal management. So the reason why we take this programmatic approach is because the programs themselves have content which is transversal. For example, we would include areas of mainstreaming and capacity building within those programs, and you will see how that is reflected, for example. But we're also trying, as we move with the maturity of these programs, is for stakeholders within government, obviously within other departments, also to see themselves within their programs. Let's say if biodiversity and coastal management is the sole domain of the people employed under Program 5, including Cape Nature, then we will not achieve our objectives. We need a transversal approach. We need everybody, just like for climate change, we all need to be climate change champions. Indeed, we all need to be biodiversity and coastal management champions. So our approach here is really a transversal one and a programmatic one. And as HOD has said, we would be happy to share or present to the committee in terms of how that approach works and how it brings in both internal government stakeholders at all spheres, as well as our external partners. Increasingly, and because of resource constraints, our focus on partnerships is a focus which we are trying to develop, obviously within the constraints of the PFMA, where we can bring our partners to assist us in achieving transversal goals and objectives. And then perhaps just in closing, honourable members, we are in the process of reviewing these programs, also being informed by a gender gap analysis. And we hope to be at a place where we are a draft revised version of these programs on the table. Critically in that space is the alignment upwards towards national programs of a similar nature. You will soon see the National Coastal Management Program being put out for public comment. Also, we have a significant event and process underway internationally. So internationally, we have the international community under the Conference of Parties for the Convention on Conservation of Biological Diversity, currently meeting around the Global Biodiversity Framework. And the Global Biodiversity Framework ultimately ushers in new global targets, which cascade into the national system and into our provincial system. Again, a critical issue that is being highlighted within these discussions is that government cannot do these things alone. We cannot, and as has been shown by the global community and the global targets, the targets and the mechanisms for achieving these really need a rethink in terms of a whole of society approach. And that is effectively why we structure this programmatically as a transversal program, and why we report on them as in the way we do. I also want to note for Advocate Bartman that these targets are obviously mapping in 10-year framework, so we take a longer view, longer than the MTSF, and also relates to the program of work and the strategy that Cape Nature adopts in achieving their targets as the public entity for nature conservation within the province. Thanks very much, Chair.
Chair, if I then move us from environmental sustainability batch of questions to environmental governance, policy coordination and enforcement, Mr. Mohammed and his team. Ayub, there were two enforcement related ones. The one was from Member Bartman on the use of drones, and then there was the question from Member Maran in terms of the prosecutions and why those processes take so long. So let's deal with those two together, and then following that, Paul can then give an overview of the Karoo Readiness Action Plan. So over to you, Ayub.
Thank you, HOD. In terms of the drones, yes, Member Bartman, we have actually touched base with the Department of Agriculture, and we actually worked with them on 1 or 2 investigations using their drones. We have, however, as a department, been able to procure our own drone, and we've also been able to send staff on training for those drones. If you see on page 26, we refer to the partnership with the South African National Biodiversity Institute. Through that program, we were actually able to procure a drone, which we now have in the department and can use for enforcement operations. We have sent 9 staff for training, and they've received their piloting. They're busy with their pilot licenses. However, we now realize that the landscape is not as easy as just getting a pilot license, but we also need to have a remote operating certificate, which is something which the Department of Agriculture is busy working with, and we might want to go into an MOA with them. It's quite expensive. It's about I think it's about 200,000 rand a year. And then also the use of drone technology and the use of remote surveillance, we've also raised at the national level, because it is being what would be the legal consequences of raising those issues in a court case. So we have moved forward on that, and we are working with at the national level, and we've worked with the Department of Agriculture on that. So I hope that answers that question on the drones. And then in terms of the prosecutions, the specific questions in terms of whether Swellendam, Brede Valley and Witzenberg are part of the municipalities that have been that we've submitted criminal documents for. Swellendam is, but Brede Valley and Witzenberg are not. They've actually remedied the fires that happened there. So we are satisfied with the progress, but we are monitoring those fires individually as the individual municipalities. The municipalities that we do have criminal matters against is Beaufort West Municipality, Knysna Municipality, Kanderland Municipality, Theewaterskloof Municipality and Swellendam Municipality. That was the third municipality that Member Maran mentioned. So we do have a criminal matter against Swellendam, but since the lodging of that criminal matter, the situation there has improved quite significantly. On the NPAs, we do touch in with the NPA to find out what the progress is in terms of the prosecutions. We unfortunately cannot influence them because they are an independent body. And all that we do is we submit the dockets to them and we then liaise with them in terms of progress, but we cannot influence them. We do follow up. We have an environmental crime forum where we deal with them, and where we also raise these issues is at the national level with the national department at the National Compliance Forum. So, but ultimately it is, we cannot influence the NPA prosecutor. They are the ones who decide independently whether to prosecute or not, but we do follow up. That was the question that was asked. Thanks. And then I'll hand over to Paul, who can talk about the Karoo Readiness Action Plan and what the status is and how we're going to be moving forward, seeing that this is a living document and also dependent on the state of shale gas exploration. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Morning, Chair, Minister and everybody. The Karoo Readiness Action Plan started in 2017 when the Central Karoo District Municipality organized a workshop, and we identified the need for government institutions to debate and develop some form of strategy to be ready to deal with large-scale development. Now, large-scale development does not only include shale gas, it can be renewable energy, it can be uranium mining, any of these large-scale developments. And the concern was that should such large-scale development come to fruition, it will have a significant impact on services and service delivery. To the extent that there's a concern that we won't be ready to deal with the implications of such large-scale development. So we started this initiative, an intergovernmental initiative involving all three spheres of government, to come up with some action plan or strategy or action plan of what will happen and what do we need to do to be in a better state of readiness should these large-scale developments happen. And since then, the department was the lead authority that drafted this Readiness Action Plan, the Karoo Readiness Action Plan, and it dealt with a number of themes, which included cooperative governance, planning, housing, heritage and biodiversity, water and pollution management, waste management, roads, transport and construction materials, emergency response services, noise and air quality matters,
economic opportunity, skills and social cohesion, stakeholder communication, and awareness. So the idea was that for every one of these themes, there was a number of actions or interventions that was identified with a description of the who, what, where, when, and how such interactions need to be implemented to improve our state of readiness. So the initial stages, or the first phase, was to get all of government institutions together around the table and debate these themes and come up with interventions. That was done, and then when we were to go out to the external stakeholders, also we did advertise the draft action plan, and we also did some workshops. But we also need to, or we also realized that we need to further debate this with external non-state stakeholders, so that we know that this becomes a whole of society approach to be in a state of readiness for large-scale developments. So we have finalized the first phase, or the draft readiness action plan, in March this year. But we also acknowledge that, as Ayub has mentioned, that this is a living document, and that we also, again, we need to consult with the whole of society on what kind of interventions we need to take to be in a better state of readiness. And we will probably do that when there's more clarity on something like shale gas development, especially because there was a lot of controversy around shale gas development and hydraulic fracturing. It was characterized, and is still characterized, by very much polarized debates on the matter. We don't have a view for or against any of these large-scale developments, but we realize, and the focus of the Readiness Action Plan was not to debate the merits of such developments, but rather that should such development happens, what do we need to be in a state of readiness to deliver the services and to show good governance. And that is not only from the Western Cape government's point of view, but it's the whole of government, all spheres of government. So in future, we will therefore consult further on this readiness action plan. But that exact future date to further consult will probably be determined based on the rollout of large-scale development. But the document is available on the departmental website also. Thank you.
Chair, if I then move across to our program for environmental quality, and two areas that questions came up. The one was in respect of waste, and particularly around waste SMMEs. And then there was also your question about waste management and current problems in the area or arena of waste management in our municipalities, and whether any initiatives are under consideration to address that. And then the second area is air quality management. And I'm going to ask Gottlieb and Joy to speak to that. Let me perhaps just make one observation in respect of your question, which I will ask Gottlieb to include in his response, and that is that in the last 2 weeks, we've had discussions with our colleagues in Department of Local Government, with Minister Bredell and ourselves, and our Department of Local Government has some budget allocation which they've brought us into to specifically speak to in the current financial year, in the last quarter, to do something in this respect. So I would ask Gottlieb to include that in his response. So Gottlieb, you and the waste team, and then you and Joy on the air quality.
Good morning. Thanks, HOD. Good morning, Chairperson and members, Minister, colleagues. On the SMME question, Member Bartman, yeah, you asked about the outcome regarding SMMEs. The outcome to support SMMEs is to provide access to the supply chains of waste management services, to support them, because we see that the SMMEs is a critical an important component in our waste services landscape in the country. Now, SMMEs is not only in terms of the small companies, but we also consider the waste pickers as SMMEs because they are entrepreneurial. They also provide really a important service to municipalities, to the community in picking waste, in collecting waste, and then eking out a living. So we're looking at empowering SMMEs, and with that is our waste salvagers, or as generally known as waste pickers. So that's where we're coming from. This support to SMMEs go back a few years. So maybe just to touch on that aspect, that in order to develop SMMEs to ensure that they're empowered in navigating this landscape of waste services better, that we then rolled out a program where we went around the districts, identified those SMMEs, and we had empowerment programs with them on a number of facets around business development. And so we look here. So what we have rolled out is on-site mentoring on business plan development. We have also looked at their own business plans and commented on their business plans, financial management tools which we provided, and formal entrepreneurial skills. And this was also in partnership with our sister department, DDAT, but also in partnership in terms of the training with our product responsibility organizations. So these are organizations which play a critical role in the recycling landscape in the country, there are a number of them with regard to the various recyclables. And so we partner with them in rolling out that program to SMMEs. But what we have discovered that still in terms of access to the supply chains of companies, of municipalities, is still prohibitive. And with that, we then engaged on a program last year to look at the development, especially on the focus of municipalities, to look at municipal waste management procurement and a toolkit we developed. And that was for both the municipalities and the SMMEs to understand that their own landscape, first of all, because a number of services in the waste sector is rendered by municipalities, but depending on what aspect of the waste services you're dealing with, whether it's collection, whether it's the haulage of waste, whether you're looking at the various drop-off centers, etc., you find that you have certain bigger companies getting the work most of the time for certain of those services, and then there are smaller companies which do get some of the services within that waste landscape. And so we wanted to ensure that there's access to the supply chains and inclusivity with regard to municipalities. We will be also in future looking more at industry and business, which do then offer waste services. So that was the focus last year in terms of understanding that supply chain landscape of municipalities, which, as you know, like our own procurement landscape, is very complex. Municipalities and waste management officers, managers to understand their own landscapes and where they can make interventions to get the SMMEs on board. And that was the focus. So that was in terms of getting that toolkit out to them and for them to understand and engage, and also to understand their challenges which they are confronted with as waste management managers, officers within their own municipalities. With that also, we had training around for SMMEs in terms of understanding the supply database, how to be tax compliant, the triple BE, etc. So all those requirements which is required when you go out and bid. And so we are moving forward further from that this year in terms of piloting municipalities then to unlock those supply chains. And so we will be targeting then certain municipalities to get a better understanding and to then see how one can apply then this toolkit to those municipalities. So that's in terms of what we are doing on with the SMMEs. On the aspect around which the HOD has spoken about and your question around illegal dumping, yes, illegal dumping has escalated over the past 2 years. And more action also has been taken, this year in terms of dealing with it. During this lockdown and our workstream, COVID-19 workstream with waste management officers and environmental health practitioners in the municipalities, those were the reports which were coming through to us in terms of the escalation of illegal dumping during lockdown. During the heavy lockdown of level 5 and 4, we particularly saw major increases in illegal dumping. Although there has been the services were rendered, especially around collection throughout, what has been impacted on was the recycling services or the collection of recycling, and that's also because the recycling facilities have been closed during level 5 and 4 in particular, and that was really quite a knock for the waste sector and municipalities. And so that could also have contributed to illegal dumping. But nevertheless, we have seen in terms of municipalities taking action, and we have also best practices which we have seen emanating from that. And so we have examples, members, around these best practices. So we have seen in Mossel Bay in particularly, where the municipality has partnered with youth, what they call Youth for Change cleanup campaigns in Mossel Bay. But it's not only cleanup, because we also do consider, although these spaces need to be cleaned up, the sustainability of just cleaning up and spending, a huge amount of money spent on clean up by municipalities, that it needs to be more sustainable. And so the sustainability is how municipalities then are repurposing these sites, making it more in terms of where communities can enjoy these spaces which are vacant. And so we have in Neisner and Beto, where there has been beautification programs and recreational sites developed for communities. We have in Overstrand also seen examples where these sites have been converted to sports fields. And in Horston, where we talk about historic dump sites, they are sites which then continuously are used then for illegal dumping because they haven't been closed properly. That has been redeveloped with respect to a housing development, for example, and we also seen in Riebeek West, where also this land has been proposed for human settlements, where it has been cleaned up. Similarly, in George and Mossel Bay, where a few years ago we ran a pilot on hazardous waste collection day, where we provided these services where communities can bring their hazardous waste, to a particular point, and that was then taken care of. So George and municipality used that example to roll out in their municipalities around a hazardous waste collection day, that it just doesn't get then illegally dumped. So those are the best practices and specifics of those sites, Chairperson. should you wish to visit, we can provide you with that. So just in terms of our interaction with local government, given those best practices which I just mentioned, is that our engagement with local government in terms of the funding which they have and ministers' approval on this, where we propose then similarly that funding get used for cleaning up certain sites. Obviously, there's too many to go around, but to assist municipalities where they can clean up with the communities and have either also in empowerment programs and awareness programs, but where they repurpose and beautify those areas. And so that is the one facet. And then also to look at how can we use the funding also to look at the low-hanging fruits around bring about more compliance to waste disposal facilities, and those low-hanging fruits where we look at ablution facilities, especially also where we see that ablution facilities is very much gender blind in terms of not catering for women, and having ablution facilities then on site to address those issues, but also around fencing and cleaning up, because some landfills are just littered and there's no proper management, so to take care of that. So Chair, that's my response. I'll then pass over to Dr. Joy Lena to deal with the air quality aspects. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honourable members, Minister, HOD and colleagues. Thanks for the question, Honourable Chair van der Westhuizen. In terms of air quality monitoring, the situation currently has significantly improved in terms of the air quality monitoring network. Thanks to our HOD and also the department for prioritising the replacement of the aged infrastructure, the aged analyzers over the past 2 years. And so we have actually procured 3 particulate matter analyzers, and then also 11 gas analyzers that range from carbon monoxide to measuring, monitoring sulfur dioxide, and also our NOxes and other gases. And so most of those analyzers have actually been installed in the stations. We received our in this financial year, we received our analyzers, the last of our new analyzers about 2 weeks ago. And so our staff are actually out now currently, as we speak, installing some of those new analyzers to our stations. And these are particularly in Khayelitsha and in Hermanus, where we have had challenges with our carbon monoxide analyzers, and that is now being replaced. And so out of the 12 monitoring stations, prior to these new analyzers going in, 10 of our stations have been fully functional. However, one of our stations is currently out of commission in that it has been vandalized in May this year, and that is in St. Helena. So we are looking, we've been engaging with the West Coast District Municipality and the Saldanha Bay Municipality in terms of securing, having safe places, because we do need our analyzers, our stations to be out in secure places where there's preferably 24-hour security available. So that station is being relocated also currently in the West Coast District Municipality. And then in terms of automation, our stations are 24 hours monitored, 24 hours a day, and all of our monitoring stations except 3 are currently reporting in real time to SAQUIS, which is the South African Air Quality Information System. And so the 3 stations that are not reporting currently, we provide that information manually to source to upload to SAQUIS. However, we are working with SAWS to resolve this, and it's really about SIM card issues, SIM cards and the software not speaking to each other. So we are trying to resolve that issue so that all 12 of our monitoring stations can report in real time to SACWIS. And then, of course, it's the one that is currently offline at St. Helena Bay, which is also not reporting. So the situation has really improved a lot over the past 2 years. And really just when I say over the past 2 years, meaning that the new analyzers were procured, we received all the new analyzers now during 21, and there is a marked difference in the data recovery that we've been getting at our stations, and it's really looking good. However, as with analyzers, and as all would know, in terms of equipment that electronic equipment that we use in our homes, they do require maintenance and repair sometimes. So maintenance and repair budget would be needed over the years. And also over the past 2 years, we've had a maintenance and repair contract in place where we've been basically repairing the aged infrastructure through that contract. And our staff also troubleshoot a lot, and where possible, they also repair at the stations. And so in terms of the costs, we can provide the costs to Chair in terms of, I think Chair asked for the costs of replacing and also for maintaining. So we do have those costs, and we can certainly share those costs with Chair outside of this meeting. And then just in terms of the crematoriums, so we have also been tracking the status of the crematoriums since COVID, and we basically track it on a weekly basis, and we report to our HODs, as well as the HOD of local government, and also the Fatalities Management Committee, and the Department of Health. We report on the status of the crematoriums, and we also meet with one of the crematorium, the biggest crematorium in the province. We meet with the Maitland crematorium that is managed by the City of Cape Town. We meet with them on a weekly basis also to basically track progress and to also ensure that if any bottlenecks occur, that those bottlenecks are quickly taken care of, so that cremation can take place at the facility. And then also probably where bottlenecks have occurred, in terms of cremation, the coffins have been transferred to other crematoriums within the greater Cape Town area, and that has certainly helped. But currently, all the crematoriums are fully operational. And also just in terms of the question of have we issued any new licenses? There have been no new licenses issued to crematoriums in the province. However, there are applications that are in process. And what we will do as a department, we will continue to track those, the status of the crematoriums, and then also engage with the crematoriums when should there be any perceived bottlenecks. But we really plan in advance for contingencies to prevent the bottlenecks, because during the waves, we really do not want to have a situation where there are bottlenecks and our crematoriums are not able to cope. We have been very good in the province in terms of having our crematoriums cope, and I think it's really because we engage with the crematoriums on a weekly basis, Chair. So thank you very much, HOD. Thank you very much, Chair, and honourable members.
Chair, thank you. Which brings us then to the last batch, which is for our development planning program, and there were the three questions, two in fact being similar, two from Member Heron and one from Member Moran, on pages 74 and 75. So I'm going to hand over to Gerard with support from Francois Wist and Catherine Stone as necessary. Gerard?
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Van Zyl, if I may interrupt. We've gone over 2 hours now, over half time for this meeting set aside, and I think a number of people might appreciate just an opportunity to get up from their chairs, etc. If you wouldn't mind, can we start with those presentations, let's say 8 minutes from now, 20 past 11?
Thank you, Chair.
Good. Just an 8-minute break, honourable members. Thank you very much. I see.
Chairman, may I raise a point with you?
Yes, please.
When we come back, is it possible you can curb members' enthusiasm so that they don't ask 10, 12, 15 questions, and we spend half an hour or longer listening to responses of one person's questions, and the others are sitting here with questions they never had the opportunity to ask? Do you think it's possible you can curb members and say, okay, 2 questions at a time? I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Honourable Marie. I can say that it was broken down like that. I think you stepped out for a while, but yes, I do hear your point, and it's valid. Honourable Bartman.
Chair, I would just like to note, I don't recall Members Marie's hand being up in the first round of questions, and maybe he's referring to me asking a lot of questions. So I would then like to ask Chairperson whether we are then going to be told that we have to limit our questions on an annual report, that we have to essentially play oversight over every financial year. And these questions emanate from the reports. So if we're only allowed to answer a certain amount of questions, I would appreciate then that the guidelines for how we ask questions are set at the beginning of a meeting, and that we don't change the rules of engagement mid-meeting. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you, Honourable Bartman. I think, unfortunately, Honourable Marie was cut off for a while. We have our challenges. And with this little debate, can we then still take it now 8 minutes from now, 11:23? Can we then be back by 11:23? And thank you very much. And I take your point, Honourable Bartman. Nobody has ever needed to curb any questions up to now. I think what the Honourable Marie would like to see is just that everybody gets an opportunity, and unfortunately I think he missed his first opportunity when his signal must have been interrupted. Thank you very much. See each other. Mr. Van Zyl, are you back and is your team ready to respond?
Chair, yes, thank you. As I said just before the break, I'm going to, on the last 3 questions from Member Heron and Member Moran, which related to the development planning program, pages 74, 75, ask for inputs by Gerard Gerber and Francois West and Catherine Stone in support. So over to Gerard.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Heron and Maran, for the question on the Land Assembly. An important question. If you look at pages 45 and 46 of the annual report, you'll see the write-up on the broader body of work in terms of advancing spatial transformation. And we also set out there that in terms of the Land Assembly, there's a lot of work happening in terms of creating the enabling environment. Firstly, to try and ensure that the plans of all of government and the strategies and those pipelines for delivery are aligned. So there's a lot of work happening in terms of the provincial government and the local government medium-term expenditure committee and budgeting processes, because we are trying to make sure that moving forward, the type of infrastructure projects and delivery, but also where it happens, advances spatial transformation. But we didn't want to only leave it at the broader policy planning alignment. We did specifically want to also bring in an indicator to say, but other than the Land Assembly support that we provide to the Department of Human Settlements, the Department of Transport and Public Works, Department of Health and Education, so the big infrastructure, big spend departments in the Western Cape, we wanted to specifically also focus on actual assembly of land, actual implementation. And although RCIP and other programs also speak to that, the new indicator in terms of the 2 land parcels was specifically to speak to the actual implementation. We do set out on those pages 45, 46 that the 2 land parcels was the one was Denoon, the transitional residential unit area, and the associated infrastructure that was delivered on portion 1 of that earth as indicated there. As well as the other urban there in Killarney Gardens. And then the second project, the second land parcel was in Darling, which was a infill housing development. So we dependent on the municipalities, we're dependent on the other Western Cape government departments who hold these budgets for these projects. But it's really then our department support to those departments in terms of actual land assembly efforts. We would want to up this target moving forward. Some of these projects do run over a number of years, and there's a long time to firstly make sure that it gets incorporated into the planning frameworks and in the pipelines and the pipeline readiness work of these different departments. The actual indicator measures projects that were delivered in a specific year, not only in terms of planning and getting it proposed for a certain period, but actual land assembly happening in that year. And then maybe just the second part of the question, or the second question there, and there Francois and Kathy must come in, was Honourable Member Heron, the question about how do we actually measure the outcome in terms of the RCIP program, in terms of social integration, and those other imperatives there. Obviously, in the project selection, it's the municipalities that identify the projects in consultation with the communities, and there's also specific criteria that apply in terms of the program and what the program is about. And then there's the specific evaluation that happens in terms of how each project is implemented. But then we do also try and ultimately measure outcome. And although we do it for the program, there's the broader body of work that Kathy could touch on and that Helena Jacobs, another director of ours, are also involved with in terms of our intelligence, in terms of monitoring how are we doing as a collective in terms of spatial transformation. But Francois, then over to you in terms of the ARSA program and measuring those outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerrit, HOD, and Chair. Yes, I think the outcome indicator here is obviously very high level. There are a number of indicators that speak to that outcome. Yeah, I think one must concede that the ARSA program is just a drop in the ocean in terms of the bigger challenge of spatial transformation. I think maybe on that day on the visitation, the better example was perhaps Pakketberg, where there was a showgrounds, dilapidated, and vibrecrete walls that divided the parts of the town. And that was all cleared up and demolished, and the road was built. And now it paves the way for a school, and there's already going up a youth center in that, what we call the integration zone. So there's a lot of happening really there in terms of stitching the towns together. I think also the definition of spatial transformation does not only speak to integration itself, but also about upliftment and providing facilities in previously disadvantaged communities. And many of the ARSA program projects directly speaks to that part of the definition. But yes, I think that's all from my side. If Kathy wants to add, I think. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, honourable members, honourable Minister, Chair, HOD, colleagues. I think, you know, the question of how to measure outcomes of spatial transformation in respect to spatial transformation is one that is exercising our minds. I think I will defer to Helena to talk about how we're trying to tackle that in a department, but to note that we're not alone. SALGA has commissioned work from the CSIR and also has a new set of consultants working on this at municipal level, which was shared with us yesterday. The National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, under the auspices of their National Spatial Development Framework, are also looking at indicators to measure transformation. So there are multiple initiatives going on which will, impact on municipalities. National Treasury also are starting to ask municipalities to report on particular indicators which attempt to measure spatial transformation in some respects too. So we are obviously watching this with keen interest and trying not to duplicate, but Helena can also elaborate on, as a province in the Western Cape, the approach we're taking. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, if I'm allowed to speak, it's Helena Jacobs.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to very briefly switch my camera on, just to also record the fact that I'm in the room and it's not pre-recorded. Thank you to my colleagues and to Kathy and Gerard for also introducing the spatial transformation work that we are doing. Rightfully acknowledge that it's a very congested and a contested space at the moment, with everyone that's trying to define, Francois, as you rightfully remarked, trying to define spatial transformation in the first instance, but secondly then to come up with an own measurement system. Now, we've approached the spatial performance and transformation monitoring system from a programmatic point of view, and it's one of our deliverables in the 5-year strategic plan as a response to the departmental priority spatial transformation and urbanization, but also in response to VIP4 spatial transformation imperatives. This 5-year program that we've embarked upon approaches the spatial transformation monitoring system systematically and in a structured way, so that we develop a sustainable approach to how we're going to then evaluate all our actions and evaluate the outcomes of all the normative imperatives that we're responding to and that we are required to respond to. Our own spatial transformation monitoring framework is based on a conceptual framework with indicators that measures and that includes basically 3 dimensions. And those dimensions includes the built environment, and I'll speak to very briefly just some of the components of that built environment dimension matters just now. It also includes the dimension of human well-being, and the natural environment of the urban system that we are functioning in. And all of that is, of course, happening in a steering governance environment, those 4 dimensions that lives in the indicator framework that we've developed. This indicator framework is specifically focused on a sustainability trajectory so that we can move towards a just transition, and that it's not a trade-off that will be unjust, and that we understand the implications and understand what the evidence will tell us. And that framework that we've, sustainability framework, is based on a years of literature review and research that we've done looking at international, national, and a number of sectoral practices that's currently happening. But very briefly, on the built environment, we've got economic dimensions in this framework, the infrastructure and the services aspects and access to those services and infrastructure in the different geographies at the different scales, as well as urban form and the function of the urban system. On the human well-being aspects, we've got the social dimensions when it comes to human and social capital matters, and the population, the demographic issues, safety lives in that framework as well. And then on the natural dimensions, it is about the big change drivers and for instance, climate change, also the disaster and risk management, but also resource consumption matters that lives in this framework. It is therefore a system that responds to not just sustainability and best practice, but it's also a system that has to respond, Chairperson, honourable members, to our own context. And that context is set out in our Provincial Strategic Plan VIP4 framing of spatial transformation, where we are seeking to achieve vibrant nodes and corridors, where we are seeking integration and specifically defined in those 4 bubbles framing spatial transformation in our province. So therefore, it remains work in progress. We've developed an indicator framework. It's looking at all those different initiatives, SOGA, National Treasury, Cities Network. It's looking at some of the Sustainable Development Goals indicators. And we're currently in the process of reducing the number of indicators. Currently, we have over 300 indicators in the framework, and we're trying to find efficiency in that. So this year's focus is on reducing the indicators and thereafter the baselining and the measurement of our spatial performance, and the transformation, the theory of change that will be required will be the focus of next year's operational planning in terms of that 5-year program. But it is a space that we will also have to begin to influence, both at a national as well as a sectoral level. Otherwise, we may end up chasing different organizations' reporting structures and requirements, and our focus will also have to turn towards perhaps beginning to influence that coordination space going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I think that's covered the questions that were asked in the last round, so back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Zyl, and thank you to everybody that responded. Honourable members and guests, I think we can already identify that we are going to have a challenge in terms of time management. We are still on part B, and I do know that a number of members indicated that they've got additional questions, perhaps even follow-up questions to ask. Can I then first give an opportunity to Honourable Marais, who apparently missed the first round there, and then other members, if you could also indicate by raising their hand function on your computers. Thank you. I recognize then Honourable Marais and Honourable Baartman. Please proceed.
Thank you ever so much.
Please proceed.
Mine goes, especially in the rural areas. I want to ask what efforts are being made to have cooperation from Department Social Services. They must have a lot of money which they can help us with in terms of food security, instead of just simply giving poor people $3.50 a month. I think the farmers can come to the party, agriculture can come to the party to assist in this regard. So a lot of their produce, which is substandard and not good for the overseas markets, which I believe are being dumped, and to keep a price constant and let the price not fall by making this available. Have you gone into discussions with them, seeing we are in a serious economic crisis? That farmers can come to and establish a food bank for the poor, which can help your departments to alleviate food insecurity in rural areas especially. The second point is, I happen to know that there are countries like New Zealand where offal, is a delicacy here, but it's dumped overseas. They don't use it. The people don't eat offal overseas. Can we get hold of that offal and also help us give people food with nutritional value? Our people need food, not just bread and samp and mealies. We need protein. We need food that has nutritional value. Do the Department Field of Agriculture, they can contact their overseas counterparts where offal is not used but dumped or given to animals. Can we use that offal to supplement food given to people who's unemployed, poor, and has no income? They cannot live off $3.50 a month, which SASSA hope to give them. The government cannot expect people to live off that. Our agricultural department must come to the party and assist social services in order to increase the contribution they have thus far made to provide food security to poor people in South Africa. That's the only question I came to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Marais. Can I just say, this is a meeting of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. In front of us today is, unfortunately, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Cape Nature. The Department of Agriculture met with us last week on their annual report. Can I ask that those questions perhaps be left until the end of this meeting, when we'll have our resolutions, and then it can be put into writing, and then we can forward those questions to the Department of Agriculture, because it seems to me as if it's more appropriate, perhaps for the Department of Agriculture than for the Department of Environmental Affairs. I trust that would be in order with you.
It will be in order with me, sir. Just because I have the annual report of Department Agriculture in front of me, and that is why I looked at the pages here, and I'm noticed on page 85 they talk about is it 85 or 83?
Not to worry.
Talk about improved food security and safety on page 83. And
Yes.
I thought it would be a valid question, but if you rule it's not, sir, then I will abide by your ruling.
Thank you. I just think it's more appropriate towards the Department of Agriculture, and I'm sure our procedural officer would have noted your questions. Thank you very much for that. With that, over then to Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also try to keep my questions short so that I'm not accused of having the audacity of playing oversight over an annual report of a department in government whose programs are funded by the taxpayer. But in terms of my follow-up questions to Mr. Hussein Isaacs on page 23, when he indicated that he could share the link to us to the strategy, yes, please, if we could then get that link. To Ms. Karen Shippey, as well as Mr. Hussein Isaacs on page 23, when they indicated the 2 targets for the gender-related targets and the environmental. I just wanted to find out whether similar deadlines for other departments will be set, and if there's a possible deadline to when the other departments will be set. If it's a matter that needs to go to Provincial Treasury, then that's fine, then I can ask that to Provincial Treasury then. On page 24 to Mr. Ronald Mukanya, who answered the question there for me. I just wanted to find out, so the Department of Environmental Affairs then writes the manual and Provincial Treasury then implements the training with local government as well, when it comes to municipalities. So then, if so, can this training then also be rolled out to departments and entities within the provincial government, so that this is also then included in procurement training at a provincial level as well? On page 25, the answer from Mr. Ayub Mohammed that I received regarding the drones and the licensing, I just wanted to find out, when did the Department of Environmental Affairs buy a drone? I only have knowledge of the agriculture one, but they say now that they also have a drone in their department that they bought. Then on page 30 to Mr. Gottlieb Arendse, answer there, I just want to find out whether you've requested for local government and provincial treasury to also then include this training into their procurement. This is separate because the first one was obviously climate change and this one relates specifically to waste. And then on page 69's answer regarding the implementation of the plans, the answers I received from HOD Peter van Zyl as well as Ms. Marlene LaRose. My one concern there is, yes, the actual implementation of the programs, yes, they are transversal. Yes, I completely understand that the programmatic approach, but if the annual report only says that the programs or the plans are being implemented, I don't know what the actual targets are of those plans that need to be implemented. So I checked on page 132 in section E whether these were audited, and they were audited, so I know that the auditor believes they are correct. But the problem is, ek gaan nie weet as jy jou werk gedoen het, as ek nie weet watter werk is wat jy veronderstel is om te doen nie. So if I could please just maybe get those targets in writing then, as to, or maybe they can submit what those targets are that they measure those reports against, just so that we have more clarity in this respective matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. I don't see any other hands, so perhaps just my last 3 questions. On page 50, you refer to the 2015 Provincial Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. It's my impression that that plan was meant to apply for a period of 5 years, and by then it would have a next plan would have been issued. Now, it seems to me as if you're only preparing to review that 2015 plan. Is there a reason why it has been delayed? The next one, and I think Honourable Marais might be interested in this one, and I actually expected him perhaps to ask this one. I see on page 51, you referred to the wild bee populations and that the Plan B document issued by the department then led to a lot of controversy, which it seems to me sent you back to the drawing board, and that even more scientists are now involved with that. Perhaps if you could just allude to what has been the controversy. And then on page 52, I believe that, you know, the lower Berg River is also in parts an estuary, and obviously fishing is allowed there. To what extent would you then be doing the monitoring of fishing, and to what extent would it be the National Department of Fisheries? I still struggle to distinguish between the responsibilities of the provincial and national departments, and I'm concerned that, you know, if there may be uncertainty that, you know, between the two, things may drop, that die pap op die grond kan val, because the one department might be expecting that the other one would be exercising control and taking responsibility for the management of the fishing resources in our estuaries as well. Sorry, and then just the last one. I see in this morning's newspaper that a study has been undertaken now and funding has been obtained regarding groundwater and the utilization of groundwater in the Western Cape. And I would have thought that this department would be one of the role players in that regard. Yet it seems to me as if this department is not named as one of the affected or interested or involved parties in this study. Are you aware of this study, and what do you see as your role in terms of the management of groundwater resources? Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Van Zyl.
Chair, thank you. I'm going to suggest that the first 1, 2, 3, well, with the exception of the implementation plans, that the follow-ups that Member Bartman had, that between Hussein, Karen, Ron, and also Ayub can quickly, and Gottlieb can quickly respond to that. And then I'll pick up the question on page 69 and the implementation plan. So let's quickly deal with those. And then, Chair, your questions. I'm going to ask Marlene to speak to page 50, the process for the PV-SAP review, and also the B project. And in fact, Marlene as well, in respect of the Berg River estuary, and particularly the aspect of fishing and the distinguishing of the roles of the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment versus our own department. And then the groundwater study, I think that I'm going to ask that Wilna Kloppers perhaps just comes in on that. So I'm going to hand over to the colleagues to, in sequence, just quickly deal with those follow-ups from Member Bartman, and then moving on, Chair, to your questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, HOD. And yes, let's be speedy about it. In terms of the response, we will absolutely provide you with a strategy, and if the committee would like a briefing, we'd love to give you one, because as we said, we are co-creating that climate change strategy. The high ambition targets that were set for the Western Cape government. So it's not for our department. So those 2 gender targets about incorporating women into those governance structures, especially focuses on the entire province. And certainly our department is playing a big role in pushing the Department of the Premier. So it's not specifically Provincial Treasury, but the Department of the Premier who has the responsibility for what is called the Human Rights Forum for the Western Cape government. And it is under that body that gender aspects come into it. So that's really where it needs to sit transversally. But we've got all the information. If you would like further information from us, then please, by all means, just let us know and we'll provide that to you. In terms of the sustainable public procurement, yes, the intention of our toolkit, of our document, our training document, is that Treasury will in fact train all of those in supply chain and in the various financial bodies across the entities, across our municipalities, and across all the departments. So that was really our train the trainer approach, was to really make sure that Treasury understood the implications and owned the information as much as we could prepare for them, but that now they will roll it out. And we will be there to assist and support, but it'll actually be owned by those financial entities. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to ask, sorry to butt in, but I'm going to ask that we first hear the inputs from Marlene, because she just temporarily has to go off to attend to something, and then we'll come back. So Marlene, please come in.
Thank you, HOD, and thanks, Chairperson, for the questions. Indeed, the PBSAP is intended to align with the international and national frameworks. And due to COVID, there has been a delay in the finalization of the global biodiversity framework, and that has had a cascading impact on us. Also, just to note that the PBSAP approved in 2016 is actually a 10-year framework. However, it is desirable to have interim reviews, and indeed the global biodiversity framework reconceptualization provides us with that very important opportunity to align there too. So that is the specific reason for for the delay around the PBSAP review. In relation to bees, the specific issue in relation to the proposed or draft strategies that were put on the table, and we want to highlight this as a really important partnership with ourselves and the Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture plays the sort of leading role, and we are supporting this in terms of the biodiversity components that support pollinators in general, using bees as the charismatic, relatable insect that people can really support in a sense. Ultimately, the issues relating to controversy were more in terms of the extent to which any interventions might be posed to the natural bee colonies, and that there is always let's call it a balancing act between the husbandry or let's call it the keeping of bees and the value which natural populations in the wild, in terms of areas where they forage, contribute to that. And hence what we've also done is to take this process in-house and to work and to reconsider with our colleagues within the National Department, within SANBI and Agriculture, to look at how to engage in this space, balancing those different interests. Because there is economic value, but at the same time, interventions into natural colonies is not seen as desirable. So we are under huge constraint budget-wise, and we have had to also put on the back burner, given the recent MTEF restrictions in terms of budgets, this particular project. However, we want to note that the Bee Forage Commission, which is headed up by our sister department in Agriculture, is moving forward, and we do form part of that. Then in terms of the Berg River Estuary, Chair, indeed, the Berg River Estuary is a really significant system, and local communities from all perspectives, tourism, recreation, boating, and indeed marine living resources all engage there. The critical issue here is how the implementation happens on the ground, as you've said. How is fishing regulated? Well, in the context of the Berg River Estuary, we have a really strong partnership with Berg River Municipality and indeed our national department, and Cape Nature, in partnership with the Berg River Municipality, is effectively the on-the-ground implementing agent for the Berg River Estuary. As you know, it's also a proposed Ramsar site, and hence is elevated in terms of its conservation status globally, but also nationally. So in short, Chair, the marine living resources components and the boating aspects in terms of access to the water and the use of water is a combined effort by the municipality, Cape Nature, and our colleagues in DFFE. I trust that adequately responds to the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Marlene. If we could then just revert back the follow-ups of Member Bartman, and I think
Chairman, if you allow me, with your permission, on what we just heard, before you get off the B issue, will you allow me for explanation? Because I didn't catch on, I keep on losing a signal, what she means by the natural colonies is not seen as desirable, and that there is a balancing act now between husbandry and the value of wild bees. I didn't quite catch what is the problem there, if you will allow me to ask that question, sir.
It's been asked, and I think Mr. Ross has heard that. If she could respond briefly. Honourable members, you will have to assist me. We've got less than an hour left, 45 minutes if we allow 15 minutes for resolutions at the end. And I would like us also to give Cape Nature the attention that they need. But please, Ms. Laros, if you could quickly respond to Honourable Marais' question.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Marais, it's effectively the effects of husbandry and the potential impact on, for example, natural colonies. So there's a tendency, you'll find that in many cases, you know, if you report in your water meter that a colony of bees has taken up residence there, your first line of response may be to find a beekeeper to come and relieve you of that potential risk. And it's very likely that that colony will then be captured and be basically husbanded as a kept colony for either honey or even distribution in onion seed growing, because that is a major initiative that does also happen. So in terms of how one encourages natural colonies to continue to sustain themselves outside of husbandry and outside of potential impacts from certain pathogens and diseases, it's important to make sure that the natural colonies are maintained and that there is not a further impact in terms of pesticide use, capture of natural colonies, and even, for example, hiving within certain protected areas. So it's ultimately the balancing act that we are looking for, supporting husbandry of bees and that industry, as well as ensuring that natural forage areas and natural colonies are sustained and are protected from the negative impacts also in terms of agriculture, but also urban areas. So I hope that responds adequately to Honourable Marais' question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Zyl.
Chair, then I think following your request, let's rapidly get through the last. So if we could get Ayub just to, I think he partially did address it earlier, but just to follow up on the drones and when the department acquired it, and Gottlieb on the training aspect. Over to them.
Thank you, Chair. Member Wartman, we procured the drones in the last financial year. We bought 2 drones. It cost 107,000 Rand, 52,900 Rand each. It's not as sophisticated as the agricultural drones that have infrared cameras, etc., because we're just using it for surveillance. And it was procured through the SANBI project, as I indicated earlier. So we did not actually pay for it. SANBI paid for it, but we have the use thereof, and it is now part of the department's stock. So it was during the last financial year, towards the end of the last financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ayub. Gottlieb?
Thanks, HOD. Through you, Chair. Member Bartman, the training which I spoke about was related to the municipal waste management procurement and toolkit. So after we developed that capacity building of understanding the toolkit was specifically for municipalities, as the legislation obviously is the Municipal Financial Management Act. So that was the focus which we rolled out, and also for the SMMEs to understand also that toolkit and how they interact with that toolkit. So it wasn't in terms of for Provincial Treasury or DLG. I do hear your question, so it's very much focused on municipalities. We can certainly make it available to them, but that's where the focus lies. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. And then I want to, the last follow-up from Member Bartman, I want to suggest that as part of your resolution, you ask that we actually make available the, as an example, and then you can, as committee, have a look at that. And if there are any follow-ups, by all means, engage with us, that we make available to you the annual review report for the BBSAP. So as an example, and perhaps if there are remaining questions, certainly I think the forward-looking observation, there will be the opportunity for your committee when we bring forward the APP for 2022-23. If there are any residual or unanswered questions, that would be, I suggest, the time to engage on that. So the last one then is to ask Vilna, just on your last question, the newspaper report, whether I'm not aware of the groundwater study, but she might be. So if she could just come in on that, and then I think we've covered it all.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Chairperson. No, unfortunately, I am not aware of the study, but we will certainly follow up on that, Chairperson, because it is also part of the work that we cover under the framework of the Sustainable Water Management Plan. Although our department does not directly manage or authorize the utilization of groundwater, the actual utilization and regulation, in fact, of groundwater use was identified as a concern that came through the drought management as well. So we will certainly follow up and see what the study is all about and how we could possibly contribute to that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Kloppers. And honourable members, are you therefore ready for us to move on to part D of the annual report, the human resources? Are there any questions on that? I don't see any hands, so thank you very much then to the department. I trust you will remain as guest of this meeting. And with that, honourable members, it brings us then to the annual report of Cape Nature. And if I could give Professor Hendricks an opportunity as the chair of the Board of Cape Nature, just also to table that report and perhaps introduce it with a few words. Professor Hendricks, over to you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and everybody else. I'm going to turn off my video, as has been the practice, just so that we can save on bandwidth, but I'll continue talking. So it's a pleasure to be here with the presentation of the annual report, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk to what has happened over the past year. As has been referred to in the past and mentioned, it's been a very trying year, the past year, particularly because of COVID-19 affecting all of us, both personally and as an organization. Many of us have lost loved ones, friends and colleagues, and we still face quite a bit of uncertainty of what lies ahead of us. However, I'm very happy to report that Cape Nature has had a successful year, which we will report on, and that we've met all our targets despite the impacts of COVID-19 on our operations and on tourism in general across the sector. So very briefly, and I realize that we have very little time, is to recognize that the success that we've seen in the past year is dependent absolutely on so many people. I'd like to thank the Minister Bradell, for his constant and unwavering support for Cape Nature and also our mandate. I'd like to thank the HOD, Mr. Van Zyl, and all the members of his department for their constant support. To thank the CEO of Cape Nature, Dr. Omar, for her wise leadership, and also her executive team for their contribution to leadership and management. Certainly the outcomes of this report that you have in your hands in front of you would not be possible without the commitment from all Cape Nature employees, and I'd like to thank them for their contribution. And then lastly, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the board who provide wise guidance and oversight as Cape Nature performs this important task that has been mandated to us. And I'd like to say that it's been a pleasure to work with all of you that I've mentioned. So thank you, Chair, and I'll now hand over to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hendricks, for those words and also for the role that you are playing in governing Cape Nature and leading the board. Over to you, Dr. Omar, for your introductory remarks.
Good morning, honourable members, Minister, the chair of our board, HOD, and all protocol observed. I'm going to switch off my camera now as I just read a couple of words that I'd like to bring to your attention. Now, Cape Nature is mandated to manage and conserve the rich and well-recognized biodiversity of the Western Cape. And we do so for resilience and sustainability. Now, during the reporting year 2020 to 2021, this was the first of a new 5-year strategic cycle. And during this first year, the entity has met all the performance targets that we set out at the commencement of the financial year, and in some cases exceeded them despite the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, we set 17 indicators distributed through our 4 programs, which are closely aligned or totally aligned to that of the Western Cape government, and achieve 100% of all the predetermined objectives that we set for the 6th consecutive year. One of the indicators in program 4 was removed, and that was income generation due to the pandemic. However, within this indicator, we set an internal target which we surpassed. Now, the entity continued to strengthen good governance and achieve good results that resulted in another unqualified clean audit outcome. And while focusing on biodiversity conservation, our social investments endeavors to create employment opportunities for the most vulnerable communities that live surrounding our nature reserves. This has become more important during the pandemic that has negatively impacted the economy on a large scale. Now, during this time, we exceeded our job creation targets by generating 662 full-time equivalent employment contracts and 17 contracts for learners internships, which include graduate interns. And I must add that the appointment of SMME contractors in the security sector, which includes gate guarding, in the laundry and cleaning sector, also for hiking trail maintenance and the prevention of fire by creating fire breaks, that sector in particular, resulted in the entity creating 1,212 work opportunities through the environmental program. Not without its challenges, but we surpassed that target too. So the conservation estate that comprises the total hectares of surface area under our management has increased by a further 7,000 during the year, bringing our total area to just over 1 million hectares. And considering the effective management of our protected areas, the entity conducted 46 compliance inspections and handed over 34 criminal investigations to the NPA and issued 1 administrative enforcement notice for non-compliance. We work closely with the department in this regard. Considering our youth, the entity we had to really reconceptualize the planned learning and awareness context sessions since there was the lockdown and we couldn't go out. So we reconceptualized that by changing over to include various forms of media, which include broadcast media, print media, social media, online activations like webinars, and as the lockdown regs eased, we also had contact sessions. And in this regard, we really excelled by conducting a total of 1,138 stakeholder learning activities throughout the year. The revenue generated from ecotourism was negatively impacted on by the pandemic lockdown regulations. However, as I said earlier on, the entity recovered during the second half of the financial year. And in that regard, we generated just under 28 million once the regulations were eased, and thus allowing for more resources to be earmarked for conservation operational requirements. The entity's total budget amounted to 357 million for the period under review. In this regard, 297 million was received from Vote 9 through the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, and the remaining funds were generated from other funders and own stream revenue streams. These revenue streams include tourism, various forms of tourism activities, licenses and permits, and also from interest accrued from the money in the bank. The entity managed to spend 97% of our total budget on an accrual basis and 94% on a cash basis. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy resulted in the entity having to reduce our budget, resulting in the operational expenditure to be lower than the previous year's 378 million. Under expenditure was due to lockdown restrictions that created significant delays on capital infrastructure project, and that amounted to just under 6 million commitments that were carried over to this year. Now, in conclusion, I'd just like to just latch on to what Professor Hendrik said, and I would like to thank the Minister for his unwavering support for the entity. Minister Bredell, thank you very much. Also to the Standing Committee for always encouraging us and for pushing us to just grow and take that steps further. And to the HOD, Mr. Van Zyl, and the staff of the department for their ongoing valued support. And finally, to all the Cape Nature staff for the hard work and dedication during this period under review. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. And can I then give over to members? Would you please indicate by using the raise hand function whether you would like to pose any questions, and can I put the full report parts A, B and D of Cape Nature for you for questions? Thank you. Can I then continue? My first question would be regarding the stewardship reserves or stewardship areas. What is in it for a private landowner to go to enter into a stewardship agreement with Cape Nature for conservation on land that is in private hands? The second one is on page 26 of the annual report you refer to, and I think you're referring to the incident where quite a number of Nile crocodiles, and the number remains uncertain, escaped, and that it seems to me it was that farm where you then issued a fine for not keeping track or account of the number of wild animals. How can we avoid a repeat of such an incident? And can you assure us that control measures have been put in place since then to ensure that should a similar incident happen, that we know how many of those wild animals there are? Then the next one is on page 28, when you refer to the water quality in the Groenvlei. And my question is just, if it seems to me it's been for a number of years that you've been trying to catch the carp in there. How are they caught and by whom? Are we paying officials to sit and angle all day and see if they can catch as many carp as possible? Or is it being done through private sport fishermen? If you could just help us in that regard. And then we've heard and we're fully aware of the challenges regarding tourism income, and that at certain periods or certain lockdown levels that tourism activities were not allowed at all. But perhaps if you could just tell us, why did you then remove the tourism income generation as a critical indicator? Wouldn't it be still be valuable for us to know, even if you were unable to reach that target, to still have that as an indicator? And with that, over to you, Dr. Umar.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for all those questions. I'm going to ask the team who are also tuned in to help respond to these questions regarding the stewardship particular query. That would be for Coral Burrs. I will just introduce that, but I just want to give them a heads up in this regard. The Nile crocodiles, Aaron's Bart can come in there, and yes, it was the administrative, the license, but Aaron's Bart will respond on that, and also just explain how we envisage this not happening again. The water quality at Groenvlei and the carp, as far as I'm aware, that we in partnership with some NGO in this regard to assist us, and certainly not stop sitting the whole day and catching fish. But once again, that one will also be Aaron's Bart. And the tourism income indicator, I'll have a stab at it, and Shiraz Ismail will assist and take that further. So in terms of the stewardship sites, we do so via agreements, and that is all linked via our provincial protected area expansion strategy, which outline which areas that are critical in various aspects of biodiversity we need to target for conservation purposes. So in this regard, Coral, can you just continue with that? Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to Honourable Chair for asking the question. So in terms of stewardship, we have various different types of stewardship in terms of the model that start from a low level of protection to a high level of protection. And the higher the level of protection, I want to say the more support Cape Nature will provide towards achieving the management objectives for that area. So there is limited resources in terms of the activities that we are able to fund. However, we've established a number of, I want to say, lucrative partnerships with WWF, the Table Mountain Fund, and Conservation Outcomes towards assisting landowners to access funding for alien plant clearing on their properties, or for certain infrastructure maintenance around erosion control or those types of things. So the stewardship program as it is at the moment contributes almost 200,000 hectares to Cape Nature's conservation estate. And year on year, we're adding more. It does depend on willing and landowners and the intention of the landowner in terms of stewardship, whether they want to have the property declared in perpetuity, whether there is a title deed fix towards the zonation of the land in the long term, and depending on what that is and what the value of the land is, indicates the level of support that Cape Nature provides to the management outputs. We do assist with the compilation of the management plans, and we conduct annual audits in terms of engaging with our stewardship partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Coral. Chair, if you're satisfied, we can then go over to Ernst Bart regarding the now crocodiles, the amount, and also how to prevent such a catastrophe from happening again going forward. Thank you. Over to you, Ernst.
Thank you, Madam CEO and honourable members. Chair, good afternoon to everybody. I would like to start by stating that at this stage, Chair, we have no indication of any crocodiles being left out in the wild. It has now been almost 5 months that no further reports have been received on any crocodiles that are at large. So we have a high level of comfort that all the crocodiles that have escaped from the facility have been retrieved, either through capture or live capture or euthanasia by the teams that have been on standby literally 24/7 for a few months. So the second part of the question, Chair, is that in terms of dealing with the matter of highly dangerous animals escaping from a facility, be it crocodiles or be it lions or anything like that, for example, at first we have suspended the permit of the facility pending a new management plan and also rectifying the situation as far as the escape was concerned. In other words, the places or the camps, the specific area of the camp that the animals broke out had to be fixed, the management plan being updated and everything. And our officials, our compliance officials have constantly been back to the facility to assist and facilitate and look, but then specifically confirm that all the damage has been repaired and that there is no further escape in that regard. So in order to secure the area or a facility like that, and in order to try and prevent any future escapes on that, I think it is incumbent on Cape Nature, first of all, to do our compliance inspections, because compliance needs to be with the Nature Conservation Ordinance and also the fencing policy that we have. So therefore, it is incumbent on Cape Nature as the regulating authority to ensure through inspection, compliance inspections, that all the criteria are met and that there is compliance with the policies and with the law. And then, of course, Chair, you would also agree that it is also incumbent on the landowner or the facility owner to also be vigilant about being compliant with the law. And if the law is broken, then he or she would be apprehended or approached in that regard. So, and then, Chair, just to confirm, yes, it is correct that the administrative notice that we have issued and which is on the record was for the facility. Chair, I would like to then briefly deal with the Groenvlei matter. Yes, as the CEO has confirmed, there are no Cape Nature officials that are sitting around the water edge and fishing for carp. We are making use of a non-profit company called Invasive Fish Species Management, which is a company or initially a number of private individuals that have approached us. They've subsequently established this little non-profit, and they are very keen spear fishermen. And they have basically piloted the method of during night, when the water is calm, using canoes or small fishing vessels and spotlights to get to the fish where they are basically hanging around in the water in certain areas, and then using spearfishing to get rid of the animals. Subsequently, and that has been highly successful, I might add. Subsequently to that, Honourable Chair, was also the use of netting or nets to catch the carp. So a combination of methods have led us to have a very successful project in this regard, and we are looking forward to seeing the results and the outcomes eventually. As we've put it there, it's actually a sort of a three-pronged approach. First of all, is to get rid of an alien species that is disruptive to the ecosystem. That is the outcome of that is poor water quality. So we hope to improve water quality, which is an ecosystem restoration objective. And then, of course, Chair, as you read in the report, many people have benefited from nice fresh carp. In that regard, 3 communities that we have constantly engaged with through also with a very good, strong partnership with the NAISNA or the local authority. Chair, I hope that that answers the question. I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much to Ernst on that. Just in terms of the tourism indicator, yes, Chair, there was at this stage where we had to make a decision there, we consulted very closely with .P in this regard, and that was the advice that was put forward to us, notwithstanding that we dropped it completely. We continued to set an internal a target to monitor this, because this is a very crucial aspect of our sustainability, which we take very seriously. So hence an internal target that we set for 20 million based on the trends of similar periods BC, before COVID. And we got to a total of 20 million that we could benchmark against. And obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we exceeded this particular target. However, Shiraz is going to elaborate on this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Thank you, Chair, and all committee members. Yeah, I think the trick for us was in the way the indicator was written. And it specifically made mention to increase ecotourism income, and we had a target of 40 million. And because of the hard lockdown and then also all the subsequent restrictions, there was no way that the entity would achieve that particular target. I think that the next logical approach for us would have been, then why not reduce the target? We've deliberated long on that, and we were also advised by Treasury that due to the uncertainty of the regulations and the restrictions and the constant toing and froing, we could be setting a target that is at risk, and the entity would not be able to achieve it. And as the CEO has mentioned, we consulted broadly with DEDP, with DOTP, with Treasury, and the safest option for us was to move the indicator entirely. The indicator is in the current year's APP to establish a benchmark, because again, we literally have to rebuild the tourism economy in Cape Nature, but also in the Western Cape. So this year we'll be establishing a new baseline, and then the outer years we'll be putting in hard targets for measurement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I trust this meet with your approval, Chair and honourable members.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Umar. I still see no hands. I just found it very interesting, that if you see you're not going to meet a target, you can remove that target, although there may be very good reasons for not meeting that target. And I'm really interested that you say that, it was with the cooperation of National Treasury that that target was then removed. It is not quite within my grasp of how targets should work and what the whole purpose is of setting targets, but then that's possibly another debate. Can I just have 2 or 3 other questions? The first one is in terms of page 37, there are a few lines where you've gone over budget. One is named Finance Services. On page 41 in table 5, biodiversity capabilities, there's also been an over expenditure, and it seems to me as if in some of these cases the over expenditure is not limited only to the last year, where one could have expected perhaps expenses related to PPE, etc. And perhaps you would like to just inform us, why is there this trend of overspending there? And then if I can just ask, I think Cape Nature must be one of the more difficult institutions to manage staff, because I presume that you have a lot of staff spread over the full size or width or breadth of the province. Quite often people working, I almost want to say, in isolation, small offices, etc. And my question is just, how do you manage the staff? How do you manage the utilization, for example, of your vehicle fleet, etc.? I also happen to have the privilege of serving on the government motor transport or the standing committee on transport and public works, under which government transport falls. And it seems to me as if there are a lot of technology available in some of our vehicle fleet, where, for example, the location of vehicles can be traced, where even things such as the fuel consumption, the utilization is traced, etc. And I'm just wondering, do you go down into micromanaging, people that instead of walking the 100 yards from their home to the office, take the vehicle? Or do you say, no, we work according to budgets? How do you ensure productivity? How do you ensure optimal utilization of assets in situations where quite often, there's not like a head office with a lot of people being able to see whether people arrive on time in the mornings, whether people stay until 4 o'clock or 4:30? What is your approach to ensure that your staff is still productive? And then lastly, in terms of access control, fines, etc., I must admit, I think I'm one of your most avid supporters, and I often take out permits. But in the last 30 years of visiting nature reserves under Cape Nature, I have never seen an official over a weekend asking people for permits, etc., inside the reserve. I'm not talking about people manning gates and so on. But I'm concerned that more and more people in this era where people unfortunately have less respect for the rule of law, that more and more people might be transgressing onto land without the necessary approval. Do you have measures? Do you have any idea of the level of compliance of members of the public? And I'm particularly thinking of very popular hiking spots such as on the other side of the Huguenot Tunnel in the Toerskloof and so on, where I often see large numbers of vehicles parked over weekends, particularly now in the summer season, whereas I would believe that you would be trying to restrict the number of visitors to some of these areas. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Umar.
Thank you for those questions, Honourable Chair. I'm going to ask, just heads up to the staff, the team tuning in, the over expenditure. I'm going to ask the CFO to elaborate on it, although you did mention that you specifically mentioned on page 37, which is table 3, and then you zoomed into the biodiversity capabilities. I am aware of the GRAP adjustments that were made in terms of the GMT vehicles, and therefore what seems to be as over expenditure, but the CFO will elaborate on that and the accounting treatment. And also in terms of the biodiversity of expenditure, I'm aware that that is due to fires, but once again, that is Mohammed will come in there. Regarding the management of staff and the decentralized locations and the widely spread areas where staff are located out in the landscapes, we do have a landscape model of operation, and HR together with the CFO will tackle this particular one because, Chair, you did mention technology, and ICT specifically resides with the CFO. So the two of them will elaborate on that. Just in terms of introducing that particular question put forward by you, it's not easy, but we need to look at what the positives that came out of the pandemic and just affording us the opportunity to look at working differently and measuring outputs in addition to timesheets, etc. And also just subsequent to our restructuring, we did embrace a new way of looking at our reserves in terms of landscapes, and we appointed landscape L1 and L2's landscape level 2 senior managers and landscape level 1 managers that has the span of control of their particular areas. But once again, Rowena from an HR perspective and Mohammed from an ICT perspective. And then access control and permits issued to transgressors or potential transgressors and aggressors at the reserves. That will be Dr. Arends Bart. So thank you, Chair, and over to the staff, starting with the CFO.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the expenditure on the two tables, starting with the page 37 and the perceived over expenditure there, as the CEO pointed out, it is as a result of GRAP adjustments. So just to explain, obviously, like you mentioned with regards to the GMT fleet and how we use the GMT fleet, we obviously have to pay GMT on a monthly basis based on what we use, how many vehicles we use, and the kilometers. So that budget is included in Program 3, which is your conservation operations, or Program 4, which is your ecotourism and access. So across those two main operational programs. However, at year end, because we are a GRAP entity, we're required to account for the GMT fleet as a finance lease. And we now need to make certain adjustments where we reduce the actual expenditure and classify it as a finance cost. And therefore, because we cannot do that at program level for every vehicle, we do it at an overall level, and we pass that adjustment in the finance services program cost center. So that then takes care of the adjustment. We comply with the GRAP requirements. We get a clean, we get an unqualified audit because of that. But it unfortunately reflects negatively in these tables. It's something I have raised with Treasury before and .p, that these tables are not really indicative in a public entity, and they may need to look at redoing the tables for public entities, but be that as it may. So that's the reason for that. In terms of program 3, the over expenditure is as a result of the firefighting costs, which exceeded our earmarked allocation, but that expenditure was covered from savings in other cost centers at an operational level, especially with regards to savings that we had on salaries and wages. In terms of the GMT fleet, and I'll respond to that question, yes, we do use the GMT fleet and we rely a lot on the reports. So what generally happens is when GMT does their monitoring, if there's any red flags raised based on their monitoring of fuel consumption and locations, etc., they then raise that with us, and we would then have our internal control unit and the relevant landscape transport officer and managers then look into that and review and provide responses, and then we look into that and if necessary. So that's how we've handled with the GMT fleet. We do use the technology that GMT offers. We also they're busy rolling out an automated electronic trip authority system as well. We're piloting that with them. They're having a few bugs at the moment, but we are using their technology as best as we can. So that's with regards to that. And then the last aspect in terms of that I need to respond to with regards to monitoring of staff. So we do have, with regards to our full-time equivalents, our EPWP staff, there are biometric devices at all our reserves, so that can track and monitor what time they're coming in, what time they're leaving, etc. So that is there. And again, it results in trust, which Rowena will then explain regarding the management model of management at staff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, CFO Rowena, for HR perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Honourable members, good afternoon. With regards to the management of staff and the landscape model was specifically put in place to actually ensure that the landscape is managed across all areas. So in terms of there's a greater support base in terms of managing staff. And also staff, their duties and responsibilities are broader than what it would normally have been in our previous structure. Now, with regards to just managing the, as Mr. Bayat has rightfully said, with the trip authorities and things like that, there are control measures in place to ensure that we monitor the usage of assets, particularly with regards to vehicles, etc., etc. What we've also done was we've implemented timesheets. So staff completes timesheets on a monthly basis, and that is to measure their outputs on a monthly basis. And so that is how we track and monitor the staff movement and productivity, and it also ensures and allows for greater accountability that is extracted at the landscape level. What we also do on a weekly basis, I actually meet with the landscape managers to discuss if there are any challenges in the landscape with regards to staff matters, etc., or if they just need any guidance, so that we are able to pick up any challenges way ahead of time and be able to deal with those things. But generally, I have to say that it has worked quite well for us in terms of completing the timesheets. It is time consuming, but at the end of the day, it is a very effective tracking and monitoring tool to ensure that our targets and our outcomes are met. I trust that meets with your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaughan. Through you, Chair, I'll hand over to Dr. Bart now, just in terms of access control and permits and fines within the confines of the nature reserves and the associated transgressions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Once again, Honourable Chair and members, I'd like to address the issue on a sort of I think on three issues. Chair, the first aspect of access to our nature reserves is one of the aspect of getting permits. So as a hiker or as a visitor, getting access to the system, getting the permit, and then arriving at the gate, having all the paperwork checked and everything, and then going on the hike or going on the visit, day visitors or overnight visitors. So that's sort of the first part. The second part, I think, of that first aspect is then also in terms of many of our reserves, many of our reserves have got several hiking trails, for example, or access points in terms of where visitors can come in, access the place. And unfortunately, Chair, it is so also that it is very difficult, if not impossible, to obviously be able or be in a position to send out, for example, our field rangers out on patrol to cover every single track. However, I take the point that there are very often, I would say, a number of times that where visitors come, access our nature reserves for a hike and leave again without actually seeing anybody. So that can certainly happen, but I do think that from our point of view, we are comfortable with the fact that when our visitors access our system and our reservation system for hiking permits, or actually get to the reserve gate to get a permit issued, that we have that situation under control to a large extent. The issue around visitors within the reserve not supposed to be there is I think the second aspect that I would like to highlight, and that is, Chair, you are yourself very familiar with the extent of our nature reserves, and there are several of our nature reserves that are completely open access, if one can put it that way. So if one just think about a place like the Cederberg, which is where we have Algeria, the main office place where you can access the reserve. However, there are several other areas where you can walk in, drive in, etc., etc. Places like Kogelberg as well, the Bolland Mountains, Nieuweberg, all of those areas, Outeniqua, Swartberg. So I think one of the challenges that we obviously do have is the fact that we cannot, for very obvious reasons, fence all our nature reserves. For example, imagine trying to fence the Cederberg or the Swartberg. So therefore, we have to rely on people's honesty. But then I do believe that it remains a challenge for us to be able to be in full control of who access our reserves and who does not. So, Chair, I would say that for us at this stage, we're trying our level best to do compliance with the law or with all the rules and regulations of our nature reserves through access through our main entry points like the reserve offices or the reserve gates. However, the point is taken that it remains difficult to have overall control over everybody that comes into our reserve, inspect everybody for permits and everything. But I want to get to the last point, Chair, and that you made in terms of the seemingly excessive illegal access in places like, for example, the Kromrivier, Elandsrivier hiking trails on the Worcester side of the Huguenot Tunnel. Chair, and that is something that we have been battling with now since the heavy lockdown in April, May from last year. We've seen an escalation of illegal access onto those two trails, and not only the Krom and the Elands, but also in the Beinskloof area, the Bobbejansrivier, and those trails as well. And unfortunately, the situation escalated even more significantly during last year when I hope you can hear me, Chair. I'm just looking at the translator, can you, Chair, can you just confirm?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Then, thank you, Chair. Then I will continue. So, Chair, it was a significant escalation of even further illegal access and more people accessing the Krom and the Elands River trails in the Toyskloof. And this concern was raised by by members and specifically the chairperson of our board conservation committee. And we have looked into that in terms of how can we actually control numbers. It seemed then as if the closure of the beaches last year towards November, December, I think it was in that time, that it was just an absolute escalation of illegal access. What we did, Chair, in that particular area was to then increase our number of patrols and also increase the number of staff that would be checking for hiking permits and so on at the entry point at the on the other side at the portal there, Chair. But it was unfortunately we had so much difficulty in terms of not being able to control and manage where people would, for example, park along the N2 or the old the Toyskloof Pass Road. And we also then made effort in terms of contacting our colleagues at Provincial Traffic, as well as the Drakenstein municipality, their law enforcement sections, to help and see if they can assist us with that. And I'm happy to report, Chair, that over the last 6 months, and also with the checking in with our conservation committee, we have made good progress in that regard. And we are looking now to, in partnership with, for example, with the Bainskloof Lodge, both the Bainskloof Lodge as well as the Toyskloof Lodge further down the road, is to look at alternatives in terms of having more space for parking, legal parking, if I can call it that, and then maybe with a little bit of extension of our hiking trails, both the Krom and the Elands in that particular regard, is to actually have better control over how many people go onto the hiking trail because of the carrying capacity, and that is something of concern. However, Chair, I'm also happy to report, and that's the final point, happy to report that at the last Conservation Committee, we reported back to the committee that we have a number of let's call it compliance aspects in place. We have upped our number of controls, and we have also now started 2 or 3 very successful partnerships with the Mountain Club. We're looking at Mountain Club as well, and then also some of the local groups to assist us with, first of all, with picking up all the trash that people leave along the trails, and then also to help with access control. And we are also finally looking at perhaps appointing 1 or 2 members or a few members as honorary conservation officers that can actually help us with access control, checking for permits and all of that. Chair, I think with that, I'm going to leave that, and I hope that I have answered your questions adequately. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Baard. Thank you through you, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Umar. I still see no other hands raised. Can I then just say, lastly, I note that you have quite an active initiative in terms of staff discipline, in terms of your report on Part D of the annual report. And I want to commend you for that. I think it's quite often in the public service just easy to close your eyes if there is unacceptable behavior from staff, and it seems definitely not to be the case within Cape Nature, so congratulations on that. I'm going to quickly go in reverse. I just got a message here on my screen that we've got 5 minutes left of this meeting, the scheduled time. So perhaps if you wouldn't mind, Dr. Umar, from you, then Professor Hendricks, and then the HOD, and then lastly the MEC, if you've got any concluding statements, please do that now.
Chair, I am covered. Thank you very much. Just to the committee always for assisting us and for the guidance, to the Minister, the Chair of our board, HOD Provincial, and all the staff in both in the department and Cape Nature for working together for conservation. Thanks. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to Professor Hendricks, if you would like to conclude.
Hi there, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity for us to present our progress over the past year. Thank you for the interrogation, and thank you very much for thinking about conservation. I think it's very important that we see this kind of interrogation of our efforts. I appreciate it. And also echoing Dr. Umar's comments in thanking everybody who have made this possible. So thank you very much. And I'm very happy with what the meeting today.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Then over to HOD Provincial.
Chairperson, thank you. From my side, I really want to express my personal, but also the department's appreciation for this engagement on parts A, B, and D of our annual report. Certainly, you have not disappointed us in terms of exercising your oversight role and responsibility and taking it very seriously, and for that we have great appreciation. I also do want to thank our colleagues and the team at Cape Nature for the excellent collaboration that we've had in this past year, and may that long continue into the future. My own team, my management team, I do want to express a vote of thanks and appreciation. Everything contained in our annual report and that which has been discussed today is very much a team effort. And my appreciation as the accounting officer to Minister Brodell, who has led us not only by example, but I think his sustainability, I think, in the very important portfolios of biodiversity and also environmental management and development planning. And then to note, Chair, that this was the last annual report that I will be presenting. My term with the department will finish at the end of February when I go into retirement, but we will still have, I trust, some engagement at the beginning of next year. And therefore my personal appreciation for 10 wonderful years and engagement with your own committee has always been a challenge, but a very positive experience. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD Provincial, and then Minister Brodell.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you to you and your standing committee for your oversight role. From my side also, to HOD Provincial and Dr. Ouma and their teams, thank you. It's always a pleasure and an honor to work with highly competent, highly skilled people, and to protect the biodiversity of this province is a very important task. And yeah, to conclude with our HOD that will retire early next year. This is his last report, and Pete, from myself, what a privilege and an honor working with you, but also knowing you as a person. I want to send you off and wish you well and good health and so forth, but hopefully you won't disappear. We need the skills and the expertise. Your calmness, the way you interact with role players, with public participation, you're an example for all of us. So thank you very much and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And from my side also, I want to say thank you very much. It's really wonderful. I think there are few government departments with so many highly qualified scientists and experts, and really I can just say we are aware of your dwindling funding, of the pressures that you come under that the expectations, are, especially in terms of environmental management, are on the increase year on year, yet your budgets are being cut. And I wish you well in your search always to work smarter and get more done with less resources. Honourable members, if you could just remain on for possible resolutions. And with that, to everybody from the department, as well as from Cape Nature, thank you very much for your engagement, lively engagement, and thank you. We will certainly meet again next year, God willing. But for the time being, I hope there will be rest for many of you over the festive season. I think many of you, all of you that I know, deeply deserve to be able to spend some quality time with your families and loved ones. And thank you very much. You're welcome to leave while the members will just stay on for a few minutes more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Honourable
Thank you very
members.
much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Maseko. I see you were temporarily unmuted. Honourable members, are there any resolutions that you would like to propose? And I recognise already the hand of Honourable Maran.
Chair, thanks. No, there's nothing to do with resolutions. Look, Chair, I just thought it's important, Chair, to mention that I have noted during the sessions when I've asked my first questions, the one question that I've asked initially, you tried to stop me, limit me. But when it came to the Honourable Bartman, you allowed her to ask 20 questions. And on top of that, you allowed her to ask 20 follow-up questions, but not trying to intervene in stopping her. That's for that reason, Chair, why some of us have decided rather to stay quiet and not ask any questions. So I want you to take note in terms of that, Chair, because I've noted you have tried to stop me when I've asked my one questions, and you have done nothing when the Honourable Bartman have asked so many questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. I'm sorry that was your impression. I don't know what made you get that impression, but I take note of that. Thank you very much. Then over to Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask if
we were not able to conserve and to plan properly in this regard. No other hands? Honourable members, I want to thank you for staying on. It's 11 minutes past 1 o'clock. We were scheduled until 1 o'clock, for making plans and for having to rush to your lunch and next appointments. I really appreciate that, and I wish you luck. I'll see some of you at 2 o'clock in the SCOPA meeting. So just a reminder, we are meeting tomorrow again on the biodiversity bill at 9 o'clock. So please, I would appreciate it if you could join us again. And again, thank you very much for being in full attendance today. Thank you. And Ms. Niekerk, any last words? Something which I may have left out?
Nothing from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And this meeting is then adjourned.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.